Good morning. Hello. Login expired for user Ico trading your account again. Hey, are you freaking kidding me right here, right now? Are you freaking joking? Are you freaking joking me right here, right now? Hey. Are you seriously for reals about that one right here? Like, I'll be appearing in the virtual reality, and then all of a sudden it's like, nah, your chatterino ain't gonna work right here, right now. You got to make it work differently. Nah. Join the channel. Boom. Login expired. It says it 16 times over. This is the Arasaka. Arasaka did this. Why are you joking me? My friend. Why she said this? My friend. I took a very good sip of my coffee just now. Dang, banger. It's a remix. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, I have to fix my VR chat. It's exploding. Oh man, my mouse, when I scroll down, scrolls up. Uh-oh. Is it raining? No. It's very cold outside. I'm so happy. It is so cold outside. Ah. You have a fan on? Well, I was near my computer, so you probably heard the computer fans there. Is it from VRChat? Oh, you probably hear. This is the wrong avatar. Sorry, this is my ERP avatar. Don't mind that. Do you hear the? Now you don't. Stop looking at that one. Oh, it's like that one. Stop. No. 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 Nor. Nor. Don't look at that one. That one before. I wonder if full body works in that one. I have my hoodie on today. Life is good. Life is good. Life is good. You already looked? Well, unlook. Slash me Men in Black flashbangs you so you forget that you saw it. You saw blindfold? No, you didn't. Slash me blindfolds you. Damn it. Slash me makes you forget everything for the last 24 hours. In the what? Why'd you guys like that avatar? It's a cool avatar, but it's not a raccoon. It's a cat. And, you know, well, I'm not in full body, apparently. You know, that could have been really bad if this thing actually had, like, nude stuff, and then I'd click the full body thing, and it, like, reset it, so it's like, oh, well, that's unfortunate. This avatar kind of sucks in this world. Oh. What the? The lighting doesn't change over there. Why'd it get darker? I do like the blindfold. Very near Automata-esque. But Aiko, Nier doesn't have freaking... Nier's not the only one with a blindfold. I let Aiko blindfold me and I fucking thank him for it. Oh, wow. Thanks, Yoland. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Except for the pegging one. Since you started streaming, Ramus has changed. You changed too. You're more... Why are you guys binocular? It's really not that crazy of an avatar. It's just a cat. And it has, Kurumi's hair. You just sent me worlds? Nice. Free shoulder. Is this content now? So indecent? Oh, sorry, I'm a sinner. Yeah, I'm showing way more skin, you're right. Dude, Mume's better than Porter Robinson. Any truers in the chat? Let's be real. The other day, someone was talking about VTubers, and I'm like, yeah, you should watch Mume. And then I sent them the thing that I sent you yesterday, Jivi. I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna kill you! Yeah, they didn't watch Mume after that. They were scared. No, it was today for you, yeah. Technically, that was today for me too, and I just didn't realize it. I just thought about it in my head. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Hope you guys enjoyed Star Wars Episode 6. The Empire Strikes Back. Because it's freaking Jover now. It's like 4 a.m. Yeah, it was basically a different time of realm for me. Hey, but like, a few... A few days from now, maybe a week? Is it like another week or two? It's like another week, I think. We do get daylight savings! Wait, this gets glasses? It's a bit too thin for my liking. She got the swirly eyes, so she's basically winning at all times. One is Autumn, one is a VR music world. Thanks. Thanks for that. I will check them out. A whole week of being to watch Koyo early. Yippee! Oh, that doesn't look like a yippee. Well. Maybe I should ask Shin to give a blindfold to the other one. I think this is like a similar base. It's not the same one though. Wait, can I put glasses and... Oh, I see. 28% Juvie. Oh, Elden Ring. I hope you guys enjoy it. Are you guys doing this seamless co-op? Why can't I speak? There's no L in co-op. Not Elden Ring. What the freak? Mods. No, I can't take this betrayal. Juvie said you guys are gonna play Elden Ring, alright? So now I'm over it. Like, I'm so done. Now I'm just done. Fun to do with 4 people and do all the campaigns. Oh, hell yeah. Good luck. That sounds really goddamn long. ... Oh. Were you trying to hint at, like, Fausto and I also joining? It's Elden Ring. I just thought you would be like, so I'm uninvited, cool. Oh, well, I'm used to not being invited to things. You thought that would make me sad? Come on, Yuland. Come on, Yuland. When was the last time I was invited to something? The screenshot I sent you, Koyo, was from Koyo Yuland. Oh, the seamless co-op. Yeah, he kind of told me you guys are gonna play our show. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be Elden Ring, isn't it? I mean, it would have been cool if you played SWTOR. I don't necessarily know how it goes, but I mean, hey, don't move my window, bro. First of all, I pinned you down to the goddamn wall, sexual style, and you're still doing this. There we go. I have to lower the volume just a smidgen for myself. Craftopia is way better now, but man, I think they translated with deep L. Jesus. Wow. I don't know why I was surprised that it was like on point where I was scratching, or I was itching. Well, I hope you guys enjoy Elden Ring, and yeah, seamless co-op definitely makes it more tolerable. That's why I suggested it to Juvi, not because it's like, oh man, yeah, I know, like, vanilla Elden Ring sucks, but it's like, the only thing it really changes that matters is that when you're fighting bosses, you won't get disconnected anymore. You guys share drops and loot, which is nice in case you guys both want a certain weapon. And you can trade weapons, like drop them on the ground and pick them up for each other. Or like, if Yulen's doing like a magic build and Juvi's doing a physical goddamn like war sword build, you can exchange each other's crafting stones, because there's two variations. One of them is the magic crafting stones, and then the other ones are for like physical. So, it's just for the weapons, the like upgrade thingies. It's just convenient stuff that like you can't do in normal Elden Ring? Question mark. You don't really have to do those either, because you can still like share the drops. Most of the loot is like shareable. If a player dies, they will respawn at the same world at the last bonfire they rested at. Yes. The session will not be terminated. Defeating enemy bosses and clearing areas no longer sends cooperators home. All multiplayer, all fog walls / barriers that usually restrict the multiplayer zone along with the respective teleports are gone. Yeah. All players can use Torrent, assuming they have the whistle, in the session together. All map waypoints will synchronize, allowing you to navigate the world in a group easier. When one player rests at a site of grace, the world state will reset for all players. That one's kind of unfortunate if you're in combat and someone just goes and like does it, but it's whatever. This is necessary to complete enemy desync. The game progression events completed in an online world will also progress the game in your own world. VR's questline no longer needs invasions to progress. That's huge. We didn't have that when we played. You can play with 5 other players in an open world and overhaul to Elden Ring's peer-to-peer connection system using Steam's newer networking API. Yeah, it's poggers. They didn't really include a few things that are really huge to me, but I mean, the only reason it's a major game-changing thing is because you don't have to reconnect to each other every single time now. Players are free to explore the entire game map, overworld, underground, legacy, dungeons, etc. together, and may split up if they wish. Yeah, I remember Fawcett went AFK at one point. I don't remember what happened, but I know he went AFK by one of these towers. And I was like, well, I'm just going to keep going forward. And I went like really, really, really far. A streamlined connection system means that cooperators can join the host from anywhere in the world. So even if you do disconnect, you can very, very quickly rejoin and continue where you left off. Yep. The only thing you can't, you also have a non-dairy saucer, by the way. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure I've asked you this already, but you do not like dairy products, or can you just not have them? This is my Halloween costume for today. Listen, I'm too lazy to open my avatar menu again. Happy Monday, gamers. I hope everyone's weekend was poggers. Yeah, sorry, GV, and everyone who missed Star Wars Episode 6, the second best Star Wars movie of all time. On the bright side, I mean, Rogue One won't even be, like, we won't watch that this year at this rate. We watch once a week. 1, 2, and 3 next. We'll already be in November by then. And then 7, 8, and 9. That's another 3 weeks. We'll be in like late November, early December. I don't really know. Probably like early December at that point, right? Yeah, yeah. I agree with you, Juvie, but Fusion said we're gonna just do it in release order and then leave Rogue One for last because it's the best movie of Star Wars time, and I'm like, I agree. Whoa! H Brown, thank you for the 6 months. Oh, I can't see. What was that noise? What was that sound? Wrong, but whatever. Well, what would you say is the best Star Wars movie of all time then? Rogue One's literally insane. It's like revolutionarily changing the existence of how Star Wars is. And especially compared to 7 through 9, which I haven't even watched. Referring to watch order? Oh. Oh no, I agree. I think watch order should be 1, 2, 3. I don't know if that's what your chronological is correct. Yeah, I would watch it 1, 2, 3, Rogue One, 4, 5, 6, and then whatever. There's a Star Wars 7, 8, and 9. No, there isn't. But if you show up for a movie night and you happen to see Star Wars episode, 7, 8, 9, those aren't actually real. We're watching, like, comedy skits or something for a few hours. Yeah, 7, 8, and 9 used to be lactose intolerant and not much anymore. But generally, I generally don't eat it because I get gassy. Wait, you, like, escaped your lactose intolerance? Spaceballs! Makes sense, I prefer Spaceballs. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. I won't lie, I am kind of looking forward to 7, 8, and 9. The only reason I'm looking forward to it is because then I can have my own opinion on the movies. Everyone goddamn hates them, but watch, I'm gonna end up liking them for no goddamn reason. Just for that one scene with Palpatine at the very end. Seven still got me a bit of hope. I mean, they did say 7 was decent, and 8 was hot trash garbage that I would eat because I'm a raccoon. Well, not at the moment. Anyway, and then 9 was just like, why? From my understanding. Wearing a hoodie, feeling cold breeze to my left from my window. Not even you would touch that trash, man. Hey, all trash is trash, and trash is what raccoons like. So, you're freaking lying to me. You're lying to me. I don't even appreciate that you're lying. Even a raccoon has its own trash. I suppose that is true. I actually, a few weeks ago, saw a family of raccoons. I was driving by. They were about to cross the street, and I was like, well, I will turn this way instead. I literally took a longer route home because I didn't want to, like, accidentally run one over. There's like four babies and one like big. Not the drive-by I expected. Hey yo, that's wrong of you to not run. Ooh, that was a sick transition to the song. You're an environmental biologist, and raccoons are vermin. Teach them survival of the fittest. I'll keep that in mind next time, yeah. Let me just, like, run over what I resemble on my Twitch streams. Yeah. I was watching Emiru the other day, like 2 days ago. And she was watching TikToks. And I was like, well, I have nothing better to do right now. And so it was just me watching it. Fausto was already, like, laying down, I think. But, like, she was like, oh my god, I love raccoons in this one clip. And then, like, seconds later, she's like, I love Snuffy. I'm like, no! No! I'm gonna cut, like, the I love raccoons part out of context and just, like, put it as a follow alert, and then, like, no one will ever know otherwise. Not the Snuffy part. Dude, I hate to say it, but man, do I hate when people go to TwitchCon. This entire weekend was so goddamn boring when in terms of, like, having something to watch on the side. I literally played Diablo 4 yesterday, guys. I literally played Diablo 4 yesterday. I had nobody to watch while I did anything. I played Diablo 4, and I couldn't... There's no one. I had to watch Asmongold play Diablo 4 and tell me, oh, well, you know, like, oh, well, you know, it's like, this game's trash, but it's better than, the beginning of the beginning release and, like, Season 1 of, you know, the thing. It's, like, better than both of those, but it's just, like, it's not good. I thought you told you not to? I thought I told you not to. Well, here's exactly what happened. So I was like, Fausto, do you want to do anything today? And Fausto was like, oh, I was thinking of doing Bozja and, like, stuff and my leveling roulettes on Final Fantasy, and I was like, yeah, that sounds like all the things I don't want to do. So I installed Diablo, and then I played Diablo. I also played a little bit of Honkai Star Rail, and I'm so happy to let you guys know that my most recent 10 roll got me a 5-star in the Jingliu banner. Yeah. I didn't get Jingliu. I got Bailu, so I'm pissed off. But at least I have a decent healer now, I guess. Poor mental health day yesterday. Yeah, well, I don't stream on Sundays usually. I've been thinking of Saturdays. I don't know what's going on, but most of the people who would be live on Saturdays that I would be watching have not been doing that at all. Not one person. Literally not one person that I would watch on a Saturday was live. And I don't think Elite is at TwitchCon. Weekends are days off for me, but I'm thinking, and I have to figure stuff out with some people, because there's stuff we're planning about, out and about. And so my schedule might shift forward one day, so Mondays might be my day off. I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. I'm figuring some stuff out. You will understand more later in the future, but right now, I don't know. I tend to not stream on Saturdays and Sundays, and I used to not stream on Tuesdays additionally, but I've been wanting to stream more, especially since I only really stream 4-ish, 5-ish hours now when I do VR chat. It kind of just makes sense in the long term to have more days streamed. Besides, VR chat is only exhausting for the VR factor and no other factor, because if I'm only talking for 4 hours, I can do way more work off stream after. I was working on a video, a 10-minute long video, and as you guys may have known already, I need to hire a goddamn editor, dude. I don't think I have ADHD. I really don't, and I'm not going to self-diagnose myself. I do think sometimes that I am so terrible at focusing on simple tasks. Standing here and talking and reading messages like, Monday's already a day off for you. True, but also false. It's like the easiest part of, like, living sometimes. I mean, it could be really goddamn draining, but, like, for 4 hours, That's not too bad. Not too bad, right? Sounds like AHLD? What the freak is that, man? Attention, Hildebrand Legend Diagnostic. Just concentrate. Bro, I can already like not even finish one thing in my frame of mind when I'm trying to explain something to you guys, and it immediately changes. I was trying to explain something earlier, and then I read a message. And I'm like, true. HD, it's low definition. No, I'm not low definition. I'm very HD IRL. I'm HDMI. I'm HD freaking MI. You can't take that from me. I'm analog? No, I'm freaking not analog. On a good day. You just said that you wouldn't mind me blindfolding you and you'd thank me for it. And now I'm analog? Now I'm analog on a good day? What is this? You switch faster than the weather here. Which is that it'll rain, then it'll stop raining, then it'll... Are you even good enough to have imposter syndrome? I did a lot when I was a mute, and then I wasn't a mute. That was crazy imposter syndrome. Nowadays, man, I don't even care, bro. Like, who even cares, though? Like, who really, like, you know? Who even cares, though? But he is digital. No, apparently I'm analog. I don't know what the reference is. Psh. Coffee. I love the imposter syndrome droke. You would say I'm 2D? That's not possible. No, stop playing the same goddamn song. Stop. I don't even freaking care. Stop it. Hampanada All three? Wait, this is in your top three? I didn't know that. I mean, kind of makes sense. So you like Yoasobi, Idol, you like Ado Odo, and you like the one cover of Heat Waves by Lime. Nice. That's your top three. That's a good top three. That's a good top three. I would switch one of those songs with Mume by Mume, though. Dun dun dun. Man, I really want to buy like the smaller trackers. I'm like, I'm sick of this. These trackers are massive. They're not a big deal, but I tend to kick something randomly in my room. I'm afraid I'm gonna step on my keyboard. I actually removed. I had to change my keyboards out because the one I was using, I think it died. It didn't die, but like some keys just will not click. They will not exist. I'm gonna clean it out and see if I can fix it. Time to remove every single key. You know, toss them into the thing. You know, like God, clean everything in the world. I'm gonna say the most toxic and mean-spirited shit all day. Reminded me of Don Italiano today. Rose stands up like a streamer moving back and forth to prevent leg cramps. Wait, that actually makes sense. You know what? I was moving so much on Friday and I went to lay down and like I thought I just moved my leg the wrong way. But then like I went when I was laying down and like
I don't know how it happened. It like I just bent it towards me a little bit, and I felt like a cramp was on the way. I was like, uh-oh. Pushes it away. Wait, that was crazy. Maybe you're right. Maybe that's why. Maybe I should stop moving so much. Maybe that caused my cramp that day. I completely forgot about him. Leg cramps are the worst. It was bad. It was bad. It was like here. And it almost was a Charlie horse, literally. I was like, Jesus Christ, not like this. But if it was one, I would have watched. I would have just stared, because it's really funny to look at. Have you guys ever seen a Charlie horse like cramp like in action? That stuff is insane. It'd be like, ow, that hurts. Just drink enough water. Okay, yeah, good idea, good idea, good idea. Slash me coffee. Slash me drinks coffee right now. H Brown, thank you for half a year, by the way, with the resub. I appreciate that. Guys, yesterday I was scrolling through TikTok because I was goddamn bored out of my mind. And I found a stream. I know, like, cringe TikTok, alright? But hear me out. Hear me out for just a second. Hear me out for just a second. I was scrolling through. And, I love this song. And it was this dude streaming, and he would just be opening card pack after card pack after card pack after card pack, dude. Dude, people would buy, like, the card packs, he would open it for them on the stream, and then, like, obviously he's gonna ship them over. And I was like, I don't know if this is a scam or not, but more people would buy them, and he would open more, and he would just send, it's real life gadget. Dude, when I saw this, I was like, I was so tempted to buy them, because he was doing the Wise Schwartz cards. And it was like, you know, the anime, Disney, like, it's just everything. And I was like, $7 to have him open a deck, and he will sign as long as you buy a deck. I was like, I don't really care about the signature part, but he'll open it for me. Someone spent $500 last night. Because they're trying to win, like, the Disney decks. They're trying to win the Disney decks, and it's like, not pipe bomb. Jesus, what's his name? Steamboat, Disney chat. Someone help. Pete? Was it Pete? Steamboat Pete? No, guys. Who the freak has a steamboat in Disney? Old Disney, like black and white Disney. Was it Pete? Willie, thank you. Oh my god, Jesus. And if you are sick in any way, you either need to exercise more or you have to get more fresh air. No other way you can get sick. You sound like a Polish doctor. You know what happened when I had COVID for the first time after a convention? The Polish doctor told me, drink plenty of water and take an Advil. That is what I was told. I'm sure I've said this like a quadrillion times now. Oh, if you have COVID, go outside and take a walk. That's what I get told every time I have any sickness by my family. If you're sick in any way, you either need to exercise more or you have to get more fresh air. You know what? My family says the same, my mom. You're right. Every time I don't feel well or I feel tired, she's like, that's because you don't leave the house, so you don't get the bacteria from the outside. I'm like, why would I want more bacteria? Why would I want more bacteria? I'm like, yeah, sure, I can go outside for like 30 minutes, but then if I get all that bacteria and I get sick, it's on you. So I was really, like, I was having a big dizzy, like, problem. I guess this was vertigo, I don't know. But for like 2 weeks, maybe even 3 weeks straight, I would just be dizzy every day. And there wouldn't be periods where it would stop. Even streaming, I was just dizzy. What's up, Dixitone? I would be dizzy. On and on and on and on. Like, I would sleep, wake up, and be dizzy. Hi, Dizzy. Dizzytone. And my mom was like, go take a walk. Okay. So after she pestered me for a goddamn week. After a goddamn week, what's up, hacks you? You gonna hack me? After a week of her pestering me to just take a walk, I went and took a walk. Halfway into the walk, I got so dizzy, I thought I was going to puke. But she told me to take a walk, so I kept going. I got to the bank, deposited some money, went back home. It was a very long walk. It was like a 20-minute walk to and another 20 minutes back. 40-minute walk. And I'm like, on the way back, I started to feel like I was going to pass out. I felt like I was going to fall over. There was a dude with a dog behind me. And I was about to ask him if he could make sure that if I do fall over, I debated in my head. I'm like, hey, should I tell him that I might pass out any second now? Well, I didn't. I made it home. I felt extremely dizzy. I took a shower. I didn't feel any better. Like, it's the perfect cure to never get sick. Oh. Ooh. I just realized the outline for this avatar is, like, super bold. Lick the public restrooms. Yeah, let me make sure I do that, because then I'll, like, build immunity. The phones, bro. Kids in the phones. Dude, I don't know what happened. My phone, I use it very infrequently, honestly. I use it when I go to bed sometimes, and even then, it's not that often. Like, I might click it to do something, or, like, look at Discord for, like, 5 minutes, and then I set it aside most of the time. But 2 days ago, I went on my phone in bed, and I opened, I think it was Twitter, I don't know, or x.com, sorry. And I look at it, I'm scrolling, I feel something weird on my thing, so I'm like, wipes it, still feel it. I turn my phone, like, not even 2 degrees, that's not true, but, you know, anyway, I turned it, and there's just a crack going, shoom, and then, psh, and I'm like, I haven't dropped my phone in over a year. Kombi, I'm gonna follow. That's a Polish band. I'm going to assume that you're just not a Polish band, but hey, thank you for the follow anyway. So I look at my phone, I'm like, dude, how? You're not a Polish band? Hey, that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to be a Polish band. I still say hello. And thank you for the follow. I only use my phone for calls or messages, and I barely send anything myself. Yeah, that's true. I get calls or like texts, and I forget to respond half the time. If you thought that my responding on Discord was bad, wait till you see me like text messaging, like SMSs. It is awful. Here, I have a limit to responding to like DMs and texts. And my limit is anything after 2 a.m. is like a 50-50. Whether or not I will read it and respond. And if I do respond, sometimes I just won't, if I do read it, there are moments where I might just not respond because, I don't know, it happens. I'm tired, and I'm like, I'm too tired to type. Shift it over to like 4 a.m. If I'm still awake by 4 a.m., which I have been lately, but if I'm still awake by 4 a.m., anywhere between 4 a.m. and like 10 in the morning, if I read your message, you have like a 5% chance that I'll respond. Don't test that theory. You will be disappointed. Or not, if you want to prove me right, and that's the whole premise, then you won't be disappointed, because there's no way. There's no way. I stop registering information at like 2 a.m. Even if I'm not tired, I will not register information anymore. If someone's telling me, like trying to explain something to me, like a game mechanic, there's no way that I won't. It will actually go in one ear and out the other. Bondage blindfold on? It's kinky day. Duh. What do you mean? This is my Halloween costume. I'm a BDSM queen, but I don't have the thingy. It's a Monday? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my phone's over there. I don't particularly. I don't know. Like, I just don't. I don't frequently use my phone. There's no reason to. I have no purpose behind that. Emails I can do on my computer. You're wondering about the bandage? It's just part of the avatar. Do you see anything? Yeah, so like near Automata, they have the see-through like scanners. So that's basically what I have. I'm just scanning you guys basically. It's immersive to me because it makes more sense why there's a giant chat box and a floating camera right there. Battle ready armor. Any cool features? No, it's lame. No, it's lame. Slash me takes a coffee drink. Sip. Come. Sorry, I flew away. Falfie. Anyways, when I was watching that TikTok yesterday, well, it was more like today, but last night, I went and I was like, I need to find my Weiss Schwarz cards. And by cards, I mean I have one card. But then, because I found that, I found like my old Pokemon deck, and apparently, I found my Bakugan box. Do you guys even know what that is? Do you guys know what Bakugan is? I have the magnetic cards. A lot of them. I have, dude, I am actually old enough to know exactly what's going on when I look at these cards now. Like, I had no understanding until now. I have Pounce, I have Fuel the Flames, Holding Power, Triangle Gate, Gate of Fire, Dragonoid, Bright Eyes, Sparks, Lightning, Hercules, Riptide. Yo, Destiny reference there. Low Bridge, Never Give Up. That's it. I don't have that much more. Then I have my Pokemon decks. You had no idea that had merch? The shitty version of Beyblade? I kind of agree. But I did think it was cool that I can, like, spin them and have them, like, land on the card and they'll just, like, open. I have all of my Bakugan in a box. And I took all the other cards out. I used to have a massive collection of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And then, we had a tutor specifically for math because I'm dog water. At, like... Can you show me language? Maybe? Let me see. I haven't tried this in a while. Testing. The problem is, I don't even know where that is. Like, where does it show up? Do I have to input the captions myself? Apparently not. I don't really know how to help. I used to have captions all the time, but that, like, whole thing is gone. Did you see the League video before stream? I'm not going to lie to you. I have avoided everything League of Legends related that was posted anywhere. So if you posted something League, which also, I woke up and I definitely did not check my Discord at all. That's another thing. I tend to wake up, get my food ready, my bagel. Yeah, I don't know if the text-to-speech is working or not. I have no idea. But no, I probably did not. Well, I definitely did not see the League video because I woke up, got my coffee and my bagel, and then I went live. What was it? The only reason I avoid League of Legends right now is because I just uninstalled it. And I don't want to have any sort of, like, desire to reinstall it again. Just like, well, I guess I didn't. Apparently, Set, Kane, Philios, and Yona. Oh, okay. Fausto did screen share something about this. Some dude like guessed it, right? Yeah. So he guessed like a bunch of the characters, like 3 out of the 5 or something, or 6. Yone, Ezreal, and something else. Oh, the video came out 2 hours ago. Oh, okay. Well, then I did not see whatever that is. I just know Fausto screen shared a Twitter post where a dude, like 5 years ago or something, or 3 years ago, sorry, predicted that this would happen. No, yeah, he saw a bunch of stuff, yeah. I didn't see any new video. Music video was 2 hours ago. And yeah, it did have merch. It was quite literally the entire game. I also used to have chaotic cards. I don't know where they went, along with my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Damn, I feel bad for Cedric, but also I don't know what to do in order to make captions function, so that's very unfortunate. My old capturing program is gone. The websites that I used to use are like scuffed. And then there's a problem with the actual like built-in text or speech-to-text thing that I used or use actively. It's because I have it installed, but it won't give me the thing where I add it to the actual stream. And I don't know what to do about that. I have no idea. What I probably should do is just find like an actual extension add-on to it. And then have that work. It's working, but it's Twitch CC itself. Not like mute TTS shit that mutes use. Oh. This is not to see you here, a koi. In stream on Sir, in stream on virtual reality char. Heh, well, well, well. What you said? What you said me? Dude, you guys piss me off. All of you. All my friends that stream, you guys make me angry. Stop. I can only prime to one of you at a time. This is making me mad. Stop. I'm debating some unsubs, though. I might be unsubbing from a few Twitch streamers. It'll give me a reason to be able to sub to my friends and support them. Set and not think of Glenn? I agree. I understand, Aiko. I won't be mad. You're the one I'm primed to right now. I just don't do the resub message. It's Halloween soon, right? Yeah, in like 7-8 days? Man, life was easier when I can be subbed to like 17 different channels. Your costume's almost done? Nice. Let's turn back to Raccoon Girl. I'm no longer too lazy. Eating powdered donuts and I felt like I got Thanos snapped? What? You know, I don't actually know the context of that in any way except for like the gauntlet. I have not watched a single one of the Avengers movies because I don't like Marvel. It is like one of my most controversial opinions is the oh, I do see it. I see the text to speech. Oh, snap. Yo! You saw the meme though, right? I mean, I saw the meme and then I saw some cool character. Dude. Let me just say, there is literally only one character that would have really genuinely tempted me to watch like the Avengers stuff ever. And that would be Iron Man. And I learned some interesting things regarding Iron Man and that stuff. So guess what I'm not going to watch anyways? Lamau. I did see that meme, yeah. Yeah, I don't really. I mean, I don't really like Avengers. I don't like Marvel very much. I mean, Ezreal kind of cute. Yeah, but he doesn't say you belong in a museum anymore. So what's the point? His whole purpose as a character is gone. Tarek doesn't say, gems, truly outrageous. It's the other way around. Well, I wouldn't say I'm a massive DC fan in comparison to Marvel. I just happen to like DC more than Marvel, but like realistically, when it comes to DC, I haven't watched any of the major shows. Like I've only watched the Batman films. I've played a lot of the games though. And I did read a bunch of comics of like Nightwing, but in comparison, I've also read a bunch of comics of stuff from Marvel before. Mostly Spider-Man though. I do have Harley Quinn comics like over there. One is a Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. That one's sick. Batman Beyond, pretty much anything Marvel. I'm gonna be honest. Do you mean like the series? Because I watched a movie of Batman Beyond and I love that one. The games are good. Pity they were rejected to do a Superman game. The problem with DC is that they release the most dog water live action stuff, but their animated series are pretty good, usually. You paused when you said Harley cos, so I thought you were about to say you have a Harley Quinn cosplay. I had to think about that for a moment, but no, I do not have a Harley Quinn cosplay. Harley Quinn is highly overrated. I mean, she is, but she's still one of my favorite villains. I would say all of Avengers, like everything Marvel, is highly overrated. Well, you got the accent though, Mr. J. No, I don't. I don't have the accent. I wish I had the accent. Harley Quinn, like, lit a fire in me for like that accent, like the Brooklyn, like, hey, welcome to Brooklyn, Mr. J. God, I love that accent so much. I do think Harley Quinn is extremely highly overrated, but that's never going to change the fact that she's still one of my favorite villains in all of like superheroes and villains. Love the accent, but loved the character. That's fair. I really like the accent. The series and the movie. I never watched the Batman Beyond series. Praying for the death of a rock star now, bro. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I know that Harley Quinn was like everyone's always like, "Oh, Aiko, you're so like indie hipster. Like you always don't like the popular things." And that's fair. I do tend to avoid the popular stuff, but that doesn't mean I always do. Like Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy. I don't know how popular Nightwing is, but I'm sure Robin is popular, so it's like, yeah, I get it, but also these characters, it's hard to like a character in DC and say like I don't I don't not like something popular. Like how do I explain? I don't know. I mean, there are like characters and heroes and villains in DC that people probably don't even know. Like they've never heard of them in the world ever. But that's not gonna. I love Nightwing. Nightwing's dope. Yeah, Dick Grayson. I like DC a lot, but not enough to be like. Not enough to be like, yeah, this is like I'm a huge fan. Like it's just a few tiers above Marvel, but like Marvel's not. Marvel has Iron Man and Spider Man, and that's about it for me. I don't really care about any other hero in Marvel. Then again, I would have to think it through like properly because I'm sure there are some that I just don't know about and or just like forgot they slipped out. Not even Wolverine. I'm gonna be honest. X-Men, like Wolverine himself, I don't care about, but the X-Men did have the Goblin dude. Not the Goblin dude, but like he looks like a goblin. Not green skin, but he looks like a gremlin goblin guy. Moon Knight. X-Men had some good characters, like the dude with the goggles, but it's like a one lens thing, and it goes. That guy's cool. Have you seen the video of that Russian guy listing off X-Men characters? No, I don't think I have. Cyclops is cool, but I can't say I like Cyclops because it's just his design. I don't know what he does. You send? Thank you. I'll have to watch it off stream because if I open anything right now, I feel like I'm gonna explode and die. Truthness. That's literally it. His eyes are lasers that cut pretty much anything. Oh. Well, are the Fantastic Four are Marvel, right? I guess I like the Fantastic Four, but they're just normie, like, heroes. One lady goes invisible. One dude's super elastic. One is the Hulk. Actually, from my understanding, he was the Hulk before the Hulk, and the Hulk became another variation of the Thing. I don't know if that's true. She makes force fields. True. You're right. Who's the other one? Wait, I don't remember the other dude. The Thing? Oh, Fire. Yeah. That's right. He was obnoxious. He was like the e-boy of a VR chat world. She does both? Oh. Well, I don't know. I don't know, man. I must have watched Fantastic Four like once when I was way younger. So I remember the characters, but I hate him. Fire guy? Yeah, I think he was really obnoxious and I hated seeing him on the screen. Mr. Fantastic Human Torch. The only fun fact I know about the Fantastic Four is that the Thing apparently inspired the Hulk. Now, I don't know how true that is, but Mr. Fantastic is a great character. The rest are kind of just there. He's the scientist, right? And he's like elastic. Yeah, that's pretty cool. He like experiments and stuff, so that's cool. He's trying to figure out like everything. I don't know. Stretch Armstrong, Rocky Balboa, Flamio Hotman, and Incivile Force Field Girl, and some guy on a surfboard or something. Oh yeah, that's right, the Silver Surfer. True. It's basically Iron Man, but more science-based. They're friends, invisible. You know what? Considering you put like all the funny names, I actually thought that Incivile was like another word you were trying to use with that, but that makes more sense when you meant invisible. That makes sense. It's because you had Stretch Armstrong, Rocky Balboa. One thing I don't get at Marvel is they somehow are all like in New York and barely cross each other despite being in the same universe. I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, like, DC is in Gotham City. Well, I guess it's just Batman. I don't know. I really don't know how it works, man. I don't know how any of that stuff works. Is it a different timeline? Everything different? I don't know. Spider-Man also has, like, other Spider-Man. They have Peter Parker, but then they have the dude with, like, the no actual spider powers, but it's just like, I have the super cool gear. Iron Man even started another Avengers called West Ocean Avengers. West Coast. West Ocean? What is wrong with me? It's a Monday. West Coast Avengers because he lives in Cali and got tired of being in New York. Gotham is Detroit. Batman is in Gotham and Super has the city. I don't know anyone else. But I heard so many Marvel being from New York. I'm gonna be honest, I only know that Spider-Man exists and he's in New York. Also, we have Gotham like not far from here. Well, I guess not distance wise, but like I can drive to a Gotham not too far. I have to cross a bridge, so it'd be expensive, but Fantastic Four are also from New York. Gotham was filmed in Chicago? Oh. I'm joking, I have no clue. How can you hurt her? Like I'm actually really bad at watching superhero like movies, shows, except for if they're really, really, really good. Um, there's hair in my face. It's time for a haircut. Actually, you know what? I might leave it to stay warm during the winter time, which isn't very difficult because I don't leave the house. But anyway, no, because if I let it keep growing over the winter, it's gonna be absolutely annoying to deal with. Um, I only know Metropolis City is New York and National City is San Francisco. I don't know. I don't know. I've only watched stuff like Heroes, the actual series. That one was kind of okay. That was fun. Umbrella Academy was pretty good. Um, I want to watch the DC thing that Yulin mentioned. I'll find a way eventually. Only reason I haven't is because, like, dude, I don't know I just don't feel like doing anything. I don't want to blame VRChat, but VRChat does this crazy. This is not a negative thing unless you want it to be. When you get in VR, it's like you have so much to do in VR, but then also you can just sit here in a world and just talk. And like life is so like nice for those 4 or 5 hours where I'm just in VR doing something. Granted, as soon as I hop out of VR, I'm so goddamn tired. But VRChat has so many things you can do that, like, playing other games makes me feel like, why? Why would I do that? Why would I launch Diablo 4 when I can just stand here and have a nice conversation? Why would I launch I don't know. I can't think of a see, this is bad. From 3PO, what did I tell you? Good job. Want to farm GMs later? GMs are still happening? Oh, that's right. They just go until the season ends, huh? Honestly, I don't know. Dude, I booted up Final Fantasy yesterday, and I did nothing all day on Final Fantasy. I got in Final Fantasy, I stood outside of my house, I went and checked my retainers, I walked back to my house, and you know how far that is, right? Like 2 steps. Um, and then I remembered that my island sanctuary is like done for the week, so I have to wait until reset tomorrow. And I'm like, I actually don't want to do anything, so I logged out and I booted up Diablo 4. I played that for 4 hours, got to like level 30. I'm playing Sorcerer, so it's kind of fun. But then, like, my map isn't completed anymore. And I was like, wow, I have to redo the entire map. That's not fun. So 4 hours in, when I'm like trying to map everything, I'm like, I have to do all the side quests again. I don't have to, but that's an option. The entire map has to be refilled up. And if I really cared enough about being efficient, I would also have to get every Lilith statue again. So I was like, no. Not gonna do that. Map, like, clearing up and, like, opening up the map, not a big deal. Like, doing side quests, not a big deal, because it gives me something to do in level. Lilith statues, to hell with that, bro. I do not even, hell no. I'll do the dungeons so I can get the good spells. That's about it. That's the worst thing I think about the whole thing is redoing the Lilith statues makes me cringe. I went to Cactpot on Saturday and apparently didn't buy lotto tickets and logged out. I should probably check if I did. I think I did. I tend to buy them every single time right after getting the results. Yeah, it was Final Fantasy. I just sat there. I'm like, I don't really feel like doing that. So then Diablo 4. And then I got off of Diablo 4 like 4 hours later. And I just watched videos and Fausto do like Final Fantasy stuff for another 5 hours or something. I did Honkai Star Rail and got, Bailu, which pissed me off. What else did I do? That's about it. That was my entire Sunday. Oh, I did like download a bunch of VODs and plop them into YouTube. What else? That's it. I don't know, dude. Ever since VRChat streams came back, I haven't like had the desire to play any games at all. Like when I played not VRChat for streams, I just didn't want to play certain games, but now I don't want to play any games. Which is kind of good because I can be productive and edit videos. But like I said, I sat there editing a 10-minute video, and about an hour into progress, I stopped and I'm like, ugh, not a gamer. You turned into Yuri from Fatal Frame 5. Sick. I am a gamer. I still played games yesterday, just not like a lot. Next, he's gonna be sitting in a mirror with e-boys and e-girls next to him as a stream. No. You won't see me mirror streaming beyond this camera thing, because I cannot stand mirrors. Can't stand it. Cap? No, I really can't. Yuland and I had this conversation with Glenn and Juvie like a week ago, maybe 2, where we sat in that one world with the camera angles, but like our angles are fixed. And we were talking about stuff, and that helped me realize like why it is I can't stand mirrors so much. It's because I can't. It feels like bad manners almost. Not really. I don't know how to explain it. In school, right? If I was in class and the teacher was explaining something, if she wasn't directly facing us so that I can see her face, there's no way, like, I wouldn't be able to focus. If she was teaching us something and she was, like, facing us and, like, explaining stuff, I'd be like, oh, okay, starts writing this down, starts understanding what she's saying. If she turns around, my focus and, like, attention to whatever I'm learning is gone. And then I'll look up or something and see all this stuff written on the board and I have no idea why it's there. And I feel like the same could apply for mirrors, but in a different way, right? Like, if I'm looking at someone's face in VRChat, all the information just stays, right? If I'm in a mirror or like looking at a mirror and someone's next to me, I don't know why. My brain does. I don't know how to explain this. It's just like they're not actually there. They're not looking at me because it's their reflection looking at me. I don't know how to, like, am I stupid? Probably, but like, I don't know. It's very weird and it frustrates me when it happens because I feel like it would make life easier. But when someone talks to me while we're like at a mirror, I can't. It's like reverse phantom sense. I feel like they're vampires or something. The reflection isn't actually there. So it's not a face-to-face conversation, and for that reason, I blank out, and I don't know what they said. And I actually found out after that, I like thought about it, and we went into a Discord call, Faust and I don't remember for what. I think it was for Destiny raids. I think we did it on a Friday. I don't remember. And like when I'm in Discord, since I don't see people's faces, sometimes I just don't listen. I feel really bad. So I just don't. I genuinely do not listen. I think someone was saying something. I think it was the second encounter of Crota. Like the bridge encounter. Someone said something, and I don't know. I don't know. I thought they were talking to me, and I was hoping they didn't, because I don't remember what they said at all. You're so weird sometimes. I mean, yeah. I am. I'm extremely weird. Like, very extremely weird. I don't like mirrors because I feel like, for whatever reason, we're not actually facing and speaking to each other. It doesn't feel genuine. Maybe that's the problem. Was it me passing you the pilk and standing in front of you for like 5 seconds? No. But that was me blanking out. I was like dissociating. I know exactly what part you're talking about because I know you were standing there and I was like, wait, why'd he come here? Oh yeah, I need to pick it up. I need to pick up the chalice. Pilk? Yeah. That's our little code name for the chalice. Basically, the basis of the Crota's raid, Crota's End raid, is that you have to hand each other chalices and you have to get like a buff. And our code word for it is, once it's like maxed out, yo, I'm full of pilk. Me personally, mirrors make me want to tear my skin off. Yeah, but you're talking about IRL mirrors. I don't care about IRL mirrors. I can look at myself in the mirror. I know what kind of like, I know that I look like an absolute mess of a human being. The eye bags speak for themselves, but like, it's just VR mirrors. There is an exception to mirrors in VR in which they do function in a way where I don't care. But that's because, I'm gonna be honest, nothing will matter at this current time. And it's probably when I had many drinks of alcohol. Many. I mean, you can look at your virtual like here's the thing, right? Like I don't mind the mirror per se. I mind the mirror when it's the primary thing. If I join my friends and they're all sitting staring at a mirror, I'm probably just gonna leave. Like I'll say hi, and if they don't even turn around to like look at me and they just look at me through the mirror, I'll probably just leave. I've done it many a times. I'm like, all right, well, just came by to say hi. Gonna go. They're like, wait, you don't want to stay a little longer? I'm like, no, I have a lot going on today. I just wanted to say hi to everyone before, make up some story. That gravitate towards them. So I kind of treat VRChat like an MMO without like the MMO aspects because like I get having a character that you like to look at, right? In MMOs, I tend to make a character that I just like the appearance of because it is what it is, right? Like I don't want to look at something that'll make me feel either like myself or just dull, right? So the reason I don't play like Bun Boys or Mikote Boys in Final Fantasy is because, like, who cares, right? That's just it just don't do. Oh goodness! Oh, is it playing the sound? Whoa, it's playing the sound! No way! Wow! Thank you for the follows, Leafyons. Thank you for the raid. What's poppin', gamers? See that reaction time? Yeah. Untitled Goose Game. Nice.
Hey.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't do a second, like a
You're
big.
looking at my tail?
Hey, Leafyons, what you're saying? Happy birthday, Reaper! Yeah, happy birthday, Reaper! One day older and another to pass, but you know what they say. You gotta stop passing gas eventually. She was goosing around. Nice. How'd you like the goose game? Were you goose coring? Can you please wish my friend Abel to have a safe ear infection surgery? Abel, I hope that your ear infection surgery goes swimmingly and that, you know, you recover fast. Good luck. Be sure to have plenty of ice cream. It has nothing to do with the actual surgery. Ice cream is just nice. Happens to the best of us, yeah. Them birthdays, you know how it be. The Reaper can't escape because we have a bot in the Discord, and the Discord bot tells me whenever there's someone's birthday in the little thing. He said, "Lol." Good. See, they got to laugh. I'm sure they're nervous, but now you see what I'm saying. They got a little laugh out. That's what we like to hear. What's up, Fuqua? Proxy! What the freak, man? Yo, Proxy got Angel of Hell cheese puffs, D Danstead, APR, and Goku. Yo, thank you for the $5. What'd you do that for? Did you go steal a McDonald's breakfast burrito today? No. I didn't steal anything today. I'm innocent, I swear. I'm innocent. I certainly do not steal anybody's toasters. You won't join my stream on your birthday? You freaking better. Dude, thank you for the $5. What'd you do that for, eh? What's that for? Man! Also, happy birthday, Reaper. Yeah! No, you can't use the cake. Yo, Juvie, don't look. He already stole... Don't do it, Juvie. We actually don't even have the emote, so he wouldn't be able to do it. There's a running gag in the Discord whenever it's someone's birthday. Not Proxy. We have someone named Red Sox in the chat, and Red Sox would wish someone a happy birthday, and then send a GIF. No, and have that same emote, the cake emote with the strawberry on top. And Juvie would use the K-On GIF where Yui, I think Yui steals the strawberry from the top of the cake and eats it, and then bass guitar girl would cry. I forgot her name. Strawberry freaking cake is Mio, thank you. Yeah. God. Yeah, so that's why I'm like, don't post a cake with a strawberry, no. Terraria Sandblock. Yo, what's up, Sveith here? Hello, everybody. Tsumugi. Oh, that's right, it's Tsumugi, not Yui. You're right. Damn, Mio's one of my favorite characters from that series, and I forgot her name. It's your birthday too? Well, it feels birthday, man. Savathir, yo, everybody. Happy birthday, Savathir. Congratulations on becoming a day older, a year older. Yeah. Woo! It's a good day. 2 birthdays. God damn. Look at all these old people. Old. We didn't hang out sometime? Yeah, I play Honkai Star Rail, new famous MMORPG. I was just saying how I don't play anything. Getting older all the time. Well, you know how it is. You're old AF? I'm like, you know, like 21 or something. I'm not that old. Oh, Jesus. The copium. It's not working. I just got tangled by my cable behind me. How does that happen? That's like a crazy bondage story ready to happen. You think someone ever wrote about that? That's some like crazy BDSM like hentai fan art, fan dub. I was just playing in VR when all of a sudden the cable was behind me, and I moved my hand the wrong way, my arm, and then both of them got tied behind. And then the nice man from next door tried to help me out, but my pants fell off. My step bro. And that's when my cable slid between my butt crack and stopped him from going further. The hair follicles tied around the... And I was safe once again. Jesus. That's when he started shaving my ass crack. Not the bondage wires. Wait, what? Sorry, guys. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Yo, I'm just talking about, like when the homies help you out with your hair, your ass hairs, because it's just a lot, to deal with. Well, you guys don't get your homies to like shave your ass for you? Weird. Come on, like help a homie out. Jeez. Mystery Fanta? No. I have not tried the Mystery Fanta. Where are the weird ones? Well, we just discussed like 10 minutes ago why I'm very weird, but I'm not the weirdest one, surely. Come on, you guys gotta be a little weird too, right? I need to find better homies. That's what I'm saying. The homies gotta help you out. It's like you don't want to have Chewbacca ass. Go help Aiko out. Oh no, I'm freshly clean, and by freshly clean I mean not at all. I'm just a barbarian in real life. I'm just gonna let all of it, I'm gonna let all of my hair grow. I'm super weird. That's not true. That's not true. I'm not weird. Zero sugar doesn't taste too bad. Got it today. Huh. Nice. Yeah, I haven't had proper soda stuff in a long time. I did have Wendy's like 3 days ago, so I had a Dr. Pepper, but otherwise I only drink coffee, water, and tea. I don't have like anything else in my curriculum. Oh, sometimes ginger ale, but I don't count that as soda. What did you say? That's not soda? It's literally soda. No, it's not soda, and you're wrong. And ugly. But it's literally soda. It's carbonated, it's got everything that soda would. Ratio plus stubs your toe for you plus pulls one of your eyelashes out. Leaf just said I was hot though. What did I say? Oh, the ugly part. No, Proxy, you can stay hot. That's fine. Especially the feet. You can, as long as you leave. I mean, what? Sorry, I meant your boobs. That's the sound they make. That's the sound they make. Yep, can confirm. Yeah. Yes. Aiko's dating Fausto so they can just landscape each other. I don't know why. I just thought of a tiny Fausto like mowing the lawn. I mean, I don't know how Proxy looks in the canonical world, but in the virtual world, I suppose. Boobs make metal pipe sound? Yes. You have to avoid them. I'll send a pic. I have a few saved somewhere. You can send me one like in a maid dress or so. Oh wait, no. Hold on. It wasn't a wait. No, it was the kitchen, the apron with nothing else on or something. I don't remember. Not the toe stub. That's right, egg fruit. The toe stub. Why does it sound like a pay stub? Probably because they both have stub in it, yeah. You had a pumpkin latte from McDonald's a few days ago? McDonald's. Do you guys actually eat McDonald's and not feel sick after? Dude, every single time I have McDonald's throughout my life that was in America, it has been the worst thing in the world. As a matter of fact, the very last time I had McDonald's after My friends and I went to a soccer match. It was Red Bull versus Philly, whatever the Philadelphia team is. I ate it. I was like, I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I think I'm. And like, I went to bed. I went to lay down. That was the most miserable night of my life. And I streamed the day after. I don't know. Every single time I've had McDonald's here, I've been sick. Last time I had McDonald's before that, I was sick for a week with stomach virus or not whatever. Stomach poisoning, that's the one. Do any of the OGs still get on VRChat? I thought maybe you would know. Valgan gets on, Nutty gets on. Well, Leaf obviously gets on. Glenn gets on. I don't know about Naviro. I think that's his name. Navico. I don't know about Navico. I haven't had it on Steam. Sometimes I see that. I don't know what Navico does at all. Hydrate? Soon. Soon. I don't think that Mr. Pika gets on anymore. Pika plays a lot of like COD? Not COD. Jesus, that's a disrespect. Counter-Strike. Jebsy definitely gets on. What's up, Nutty? Speak of the devil, and the devil shall arrive. Oh, cool. Oh, the good old days. Cool. Come on, man. I don't even talk about the good old days. He just asked. I actually have no idea if Desu does any. I guess so. Counter-Strike, you mean COD? Yeah. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, my bad. I like your emotes, Yolанд. God, I have to say, I used to have a bunch of favorite emotes, like favorite channels to be subbed to just for the emotes. But I think proxies are my favorite now. I really like proxies emotes. I used to run one all the time on Discord. I don't know. They're just such good emotes. I need to get my shit together, do some emote work, man. Yeah, actually, I followed Nyachi on Twitter the other day. And I'm like, do I just commission them and like redo all my emotes? No, no, no. Aiko, remember, you're going to rebrand like tomorrow. No, 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 Aiko, you can't do that. This is like the two wolves in me fighting. No, you can't do that. You should buy the emotes because there's a good reason for it. Well, what is it? I have to do like the whole rebranding and like all this. No! Just buy them! You'll have so many cool emotes. 2-year waiting list? Oh, that's like, Mary? I waited so goddamn long for a Mary commission. It is... I literally commissioned them. I was put on the wait list. She started working on the emotes, and then for like a year and a half, I had to wait for them to actually like be sent to me and completed. Because people would buy like the prio thing, and I'm like, I mean, it's fine. I still have those emotes. It's actually for my new design. I could probably commission another set, and by the time that I release, like, by the time I get like the actual VTuber model and stuff. Oh my god, I drew this scuffed thing. Hey, that's cool. I can't draw for the life of me, so I'm scratching my goddamn leg. It's pissing me off. It's obscene. Dude, Proxy has some really good emotes. I can't wait for us to get more animated emotes. I don't know what to do though. I might just commission some with my own savings. Obviously not Twitch money, because Twitch money goes to the VTuber model. I don't think so, Jui. I don't think so. Come on, have you seen me draw in paint? Let's talk about me drawing for a moment. As does Susan. I don't know anyone else that like hops on VRChat from the OGs. I don't think AJ does anymore. Valgan does. By the way, someone, was it Reaper, asked about Valgan just a moment ago? He works for VRChat now. He's literally part of the VRChat team. That's crazy, by the way. That's insane to me. A lot of the people who I used to hang out with, like Valgan works for VRChat. Some people from Dream Shelter have their own like crazy cool jobs now too. Tom is like a voice actor that's doing well, so I'm going to assume that means just a lot of work. Have you seen what I draw in the drawing game? Well, Juvie, you say that, but then like most of the time, yours is the first one I get. So either yours is so scuffed that my scuffed brain translates it to exactly what it should be, or you're actually good at drawing, and you just won't accept it. This works for gaming companies? Wow. People be popping off. Our group was kind of wild. Yeah. Yeah, we had some goddamn bot in the Discord. Mods. Wait, what do they even say? Or are they just adding you? Can you send it to like Juvie or Reaper? Send friend request to me. Join today. Dude, I don't think they're actually bots. I think they're actual people trying to scam at this point. Because they literally choose the roles and everything. Out them right here in chat. Everyone else, block them. Whoever this is. Gas battle. Seriously, we had like the John the VTuber months. Months, get him out. Get the fuck out. Program to do advanced things? That's true. I had someone named Ellie VTuber do the same thing yesterday. Wait a second! The Ellie VTuber with the good feet? What do you mean? She contacted you? You've made a huge error today. It's over for you. Man, I should do that too, Yuland. But then I would have to do like... I would actually have to find some of that. And I don't particularly like looking at most of it. Then again, admittedly, like... It doesn't... Speak of the OGs. What's up, Steve? God damn. Chicken Steve. You're not Chicken Steve, you're named Steve, but that's funny. I think of Steve, I think of Chicken Steve. I think of name Steve, and I think of this other Steve. What's up, Steve? Everyone here now. What's going on? Yo, it's a Monday. It's a Monday, gamers. Convergence of the OGs? Maybe. A lot of the OGs would never come to this channel. Ever. So it's funny to see the other OGs showing up. We Steves are all interconnected. The Steveniverse. They used to come in a package with Dotted. Dotted still, well, he doesn't play VRChat frequently, but he still shows up. Actually, I don't know if he plays VRChat frequently or not, but he's here every once in a while. I like Dotted. I learned new things about Dotted very recently. Like, well, more like a few months ago, but it's still recent to me now. Oh, don't worry, I'm very bad at reaching out to everyone. Ever. In the world. I mean, you reached out, you sent me the Toho, like, character meme, and they're, like, sitting there, it's like, Polish boys gaming or something, like, yeah. They have, like, CSGO on the screen. Final Fantasy 14? That's my life. Final Fantasy 14. Where is GDQ? All right, I have to hydrate. I made a promise. I have to hydrate. Hold on. Oh boy, pre-rolls are on. Mmm. Game's done quick. I see. Do they do like, I don't know what they do on Games Done Quick, like speedrun wise. I know they do Mario and whatnot, but I always liked watching Elden Ring speedruns where they have to do like they have like the shield. No, was it shield? Yeah, the shield and the sword or something, and they like slowly budge and like eventually just zip line. Online run, but mostly in person. That's cool. Thought on my Discord, he had to ask to add me after he deleted me due to some events that went down. Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of events go down back then. On God, for real. It was paywalled? Game's done quick? Do we need to make new characters for seamless co-op? It said something about not being able to go back to vanilla with them. I suggest you make new characters because you get, like, stuff in your equipment. I actually don't even know if, like, current characters... Wait, why wouldn't you be able to go back to vanilla? Oh, yeah, your game would crash. Yeah, because if you make characters, you get items in your inventory that are made for seamless co-op, and if you try to play those characters again in, like, base vanilla Elden Ring, the game will crash because those items will still be in your inventory, I think. So make new characters. ESA. I'm gonna be honest, the only, like, event that I watch these days is, wow, it literally just bounced out of my head. Evo. Jesus Christ. My favorite thing now is to see whether or not Leffen wins. And if Leffen wins, I'm happy because everyone goddamn hates him. I'm like, yeah, he's so true for this. You watch Evo? I do just for Leffen. Literally him and like Smash Bros Melee. That's about it. You know why? Because it's so funny to see Mango, C9 Mango. I love seeing him feel like upset. Leffen won, and like they like interact on Twitter afterwards. It's so funny, dude. I already created a new character a few days ago to have it done. Oh, I see. I have not played Starfield now. I kind of want to, but I kind of don't at the same time. Evo's like, it's on the list of things I want to play, but then so is Baldur's Gate 3, and then Baldur's Gate's like up here, and the only reason I haven't played it yet is because I don't want to commit to something that... I have a group that I want to play with specifically, like specific people, but in order for that to work, the times need to align, and I want to play it daily, but I'm not going to stream it. So, I need to figure it out. And if I do stream it, I'm going to be a mute, and it's going to be on the mute channel. The mute Ico. The ones that no one will know, because it's a secret. It's not a bad game. New Game Plus is basically a roguelike game, though. I like roguelikes. Even alone, it took a long time for me. Yeah, the problem with it is it's going to take a while to play through. My recent obsessions have definitely been Final Fantasy XIV, D&D, and still VRChat. My recent obsessions... if we don't count when I started VRChat again as like my daily stream thing, Final Fantasy 14, but I don't have a lot of content to do. I'm not gonna lie. I am like almost level 90 and everything at this point. The only stuff I'm not level 90 in is the crafters, and those are just like, I'll do those weekly, slowly. Okay, speaking of card games, bro. God. I want to buy the Weiss Schwartz cards so bad. Really bad. It's like gacha IRL. And it like, I want to like, I'm scratching myself at the thought of like buying cards. But I've never bought like cards like that before. I wouldn't play the card game. I would do it for collecting. Is it worth it? Okay, it's gonna sound stupid, but yesterday I watched the dude that was like opening packs, put it into a sleeve and then into one of those like, you know, the like plastic thing that you put good cards in. And I'm like, I want to do that so I don't know. It's a problem, dude. It's like playing gacha games but worse. I'm like, oh, this is worthy of a sleeve, and then putting into a plastic container. Help me. I have watched Hell of a Boss. I'm waiting for that second season. Or second. Yeah. I'm in Shadowbringers, so I'll have a good time. So the second season is more like episode 2, but you know. God damn it. Proxy. Put your boobs away. That's gonna be my meme now. Every time I hear the falling metal pipe. Talking about Guilty Gear in my presence. Oh yeah, Juvi's. Yeah. Card sleeve? No, but isn't the card sleeve like the small one that you put the card in, and then you also put that sleeve into the like the actual plastic thingy? Are they all sleeves? I thought sleeve was like the like, man, I don't know. Look, I'm not a card gamer. If I like still did real estate, okay, my bad. Sorry about that. Top loader, that's the one. Luna Tarot card style shirt. Ooh. 25k bits. Damn. Yesterday, okay. Yes, get her to play all of Final Fantasy. A case? Yeah, I guess. Don't talk about Guilty Gear in my presence. Poor Juvie. Guilty Gear coming in December. It's really funny. I own one Weiss Schwarz card. One. I probably butchered that name hard, but I own one. It is Teenager Shinobu from the Monogatari series with the purple hoodie and the donut zip. That is the only card that I own. My friend bought it for me and said, "You will have this now." More like my friend opened a deck and found it. And I was like, "Thank you. This is the only card I own." It's not even special. Like, it's not hollow or anything. It is just a card. Tekken 8 beta is over. Oh, man. That's rough. The most recent card I bought was for Fausto. I bought him the Suisei and Iris tarot cards. Some, like, fan-made tarot cards. I bought those for Fausto. So he owns those, too. I have Pokemon cards, but they're from, like, Burger King, bro, so... Why Schwartz signed cards? Are they signed? I don't know if they're signed. Well, I guess so. Is that the name of it? The one I have is called Series Mode Shinobu Oshino. Level 2. 1 cost. They're actually English. So, probably not worth anything, but it's there. I gave a friend all the Idolmaster signed ones I had. Jesus. Here's the thing. If I bought cards, it wouldn't be to play the card game. It would just be to collect them. So I'd buy a binder and just toss them into the binder and just, like, have them there. I don't really want to play card games. I would play Magic the Gathering, though. I feel like if I really, really want to invest time into a card game, it would be Magic the Gathering. But it's so expensive, dude. It's like $40 a deck. Oh my god. That's crazy. I couldn't do it now. I feel like... First of all, I would need people to play with, and here, I don't feel like finding people. I just don't. got into Pokemon to play. But while I'm playing, I've been getting some decent cards. So I'm like trading and selling. That's pretty good. I could tell you all the Pokemon cards I have. This is gonna be awkward in VR, so just bear with me for a moment as I turn on the lights in my room because my room is goddamn ancient. Detective Pikachu, Empoleon Hollow, Dialga Hollow, Palkia Hollow, Giratina, my favorite goddamn card, Shaman. This card's ruined. My friend and I traded and he gave me his Shaman, but like I bent it. Piplup, 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 Spheal, Buizel, Slowpoke. I have Magnezone Hollow, Jirachi, Bronzor, Glaceon, goddamn shiny, Leafeon, Latias, Meowth, Happiny, Wishmer, Houndour, Sneasel. I wish this card looked better. I'm so sad about that. Marowak, Makuhita, Pachirisu, Hollow, I think. No, this isn't Hollow. I don't know what you call this. Ekans, Driftblim, Turtwig, Grottle, Leafeon again, Porygon, and I have a trainer card. These are the only cards I have. You know how funny it is? They are inside of the Burger King Dialga, like, case thing. So goddamn funny. It's so goddamn funny. I've been buying certain things to invest in and get some of my money back. I really want to buy, like, oh man, I don't know. The thing is, like, I'll do it and then I'll want to sell it, but I have to go get it graded, and it's like, I'm so lazy, dude. If I wasn't so lazy, I'd be unstoppable. On God, no cap. If I just wasn't lazy, I think I would be the most, like, unstoppable being. I'd be Broly, but, like, better. I actually have an OG Slifer the Sky Dragon Yu-Gi-Oh card somewhere. I stole it, though. I stole it from my friend because he pissed me off one day when we were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And he tore my Jinzo ? Card. He tore it in half. So when he wasn't looking, he went to the bathroom. I stole his Slifer the Sky Dragon. And for a week, he thought that he thought that I stole it, and he was right, but I just never admitted to him. Like, dude, I just didn't. I don't have it. To this day, I have his Slifer the Sky Dragon. No way. Would you ever get as tall as Broly? Dude, listen. Maybe not. I don't want to be that tall. I don't want to be that muscular. That's too much. I don't want to be too muscular. Like, it wouldn't look good on me. What's up, Happy Trails? Happy Trails to you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you an El Dorado reference? How tall are you? I'm 5'11". I'm not that tall at all. Like, I can get a little bit, like, chiseled, but I don't want to be like, ooh, big strong. Yeah. I don't want it. You guys know how Critical looks with the muscles? Maybe a little bit more than that would be fine with me. But he's been, like, doing that for 10 years. Like I said, if I wasn't so lazy, I'd be unstoppable. If I didn't have anxiety, I'd be more social IRL too. Not to mention how much more meat you would have to eat. I mean, yeah, that's true. If I had a partner to help me push me to work out, I'd be set. I mean, I work out, but like, I need someone to yell at me to do it. The most I do is I have a dumbbell over here, and I like, you know. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys exactly why I started like lifting dumbbells and why I have the like squeezy grip thing for my forearms. All right, My Hero Academia, because Deku would sit there watching shit, and he'd be like, squeeze, 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 squeeze with the little like forearm grip thing. I'm like, I'm buying that. And it felt really good, so I started lifting dumbbells. I was like, yo, My Hero works! Need more personal reps? What do you mean personal? Getting tired before the finish line? I can be a hero! Proxy, you too can be a hero! I don't have the song in my playlist, so I can't. Well, I have this though. Hold on. Where is it? Sorry, this is a big playlist, unfortunately. Nope, that's not it. Where's my This is a good song too, though. Where's my... Here. You are a hero. Quirkless behavior. I'm quirkless, so what? So what? I'm just too lazy. You know, it's not that I'm too lazy to work out. It's that the most ideal way to work out is to go to a gym. And I don't want to do that. I do not. Even if like I had a group of friends that wanted to go to gym, I don't want to go to a gym. I just want to do it in the comfort of my own home. Which isn't too bad. Like I could just do push-ups and like crunches and like do my we have like a thing downstairs. Walks, but walks aren't like a full workout. If I actually wanted to get like more muscular, it's like actual work, you know? Like you have to build a gym in your home. So I have like a mini gym downstairs. But the problem with that is it's all old and our treadmill broke. I can honestly get a treadmill for under my desk or something and like pull it out and like whenever I'm chilling and like not doing anything crazy, I'll just run on it. Just find some hills or a bike. True. Little bike things. Oh, I got that from my dad. Yeah. I bought him one of those bikes. I wasn't gonna stream with it. Stealing Yulen's content. I wouldn't stream walking. That's Yulen stuff. I would just do it off stream whenever I want to work out. I wouldn't work out on stream though for any like I wouldn't do any push-ups. I wouldn't go and do like Zumba class. I just wouldn't. I am too like self-conscious of how I sound, and that's why I hated streaming Beat Saber for a time because I felt like I would be like breathing heavily. Turns out that didn't happen, and if it did happen, you wouldn't hear it. So I don't own walking videos or treadmills. Yeah, but it's like the same premise of how Elite doesn't own Marbles stream content, but he's my friend, and like doing that on Saturdays or something like as a main thing for an entire stream feels wrong of me to do. To me. So the same would like it's the same premise of like treadmill streaming and like walking. I wouldn't do it. Out of respect, even if you didn't care, I wouldn't do it. I don't know, man. Even if you don't care, I wouldn't do it because I don't want to be that kind of person. Even if you don't like everyone could be like, "Oh, like whatever, sounds like I found marbles first, so you can't play this game." Well, it's not like Elite would care if I did marbles. It's like I can't play the gacha horse game because no, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I have to take my hoodie off, chat. I'm sweaty. I'm poggering. Realistically, if I were to do something like any of that, I would just do it alongside. Yeah, exactly what Proxy just said. Exactly what he just said. I would just do it alongside you. You still have the hoodie on. Oh. I gotta get Shin to just make this avatar go, like, function already. Here, okay, no hoodie now. It's just a shirt thing. Or, yeah. I actually like the eyes on this avatar. They look eepy. I'm crazy! The hair? That's Kurumi Tokisaki from Data Live's hair, for sure, without a doubt. Actually, this is Kurumi from Data Live Season 2. So, if you don't know that, you're so noob. Yeah, I like anime sometimes. Whatever, dude. Yeah, whatever, dude. Mume, my queen. Oh, BTW, Aiko. Send a DM. I don't know why I'm looking up as if I had Discord there. Here, I'm gonna open the overlay and then click on it. I would like this avatar more if it wasn't a cat. If you sent me hentai, I'm gonna be really freaking peeved. Playing Elden Ring. Use exposed proxy 0? Is that proxy 0? It might turn you on to like hentai. Turn you on like hentai. Oh my goodness. I thought you were saying that proxy would make me like hentai. I mean, as a non-sex haver, I think that would be more tolerable, honestly, because it's not real. Then someone like send me actual like porn. I love the song too. It's so good. Oh yeah, I can disable my gestures for this avatar because how do I do that? How do you? There we go. It kept closing. She kept closing her eyes. It's pissing me off. Yeah, this song's so good. Like I said, I'd be way more powerful if I wasn't lazy. I would work out. I'd be more social IRL. I mean, that's hard anyway, because I don't talk to people in, like, the general vicinity. All my friends are, like, really far. So we only go for, like, conventions. I have a convention friend group at this point. That's, like, my IRL friend group. I was about to say, did you change avatar as I was away for a few minutes? I did, because they were like, you still have your hoodie on. Well, now it's off. Now I have this. I could probably take this off, but I'm not going to do that. This should be my EP avatar. I really like this base. Maybe I'll, like, try to find it and turn it into the raccoon model at some point as well. That'd be cool. I think the easiest way for me to do, like, most things is if Fausto was just willing to do them. World of Warcraft, he's not willing to do it, so I'm not going to play it. Working out, I don't think he'll do it. Learning Japanese, I want to learn so bad. But, like, if he doesn't want to, then, like, I'm less keen on doing it. I probably still will eventually, because I want to go to Japan one day. Except, like, I don't want to fly. Where'd you hear the song from before? Well, this is the song Mume by Mume. Oh, I can do plenty without him. But, like, those fundamental things are, like, if he did them, I'd be more willing to, because then I would have someone else to learn with. Learning Japanese sounds really annoying. So if he, like, learned as well, it'd be great. Working out I can do. I mean, I'd do that without him anyway, but... Dun 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 dun! What is this from? Weebs? Weebs, where's this from? Tell me. Dude, I've fallen off from, like, anime stuff. Jesus Christ. And weeb culture. You know how I know I've fallen off? Because there are people I think of, and one of them is Nutty, actually. When I initially met Nutty, she just liked, like, Fate stuff. Played FGO and whatnot. and didn't know too much in like anime and Twitch culture, but now I feel like you know more than I do. At least in anime stuff. Doing things together is always more motivating than doing them alone. Yeah, well that's what I mean. So like I could do things like easily alone. I do that all the time, or I used to do that all the time. I'm very self-sufficient. I can do most stuff alone, but like it would be more motivating to do, stuff away from there. Yeah, you did go 0 to 100. There's another guy in Japan that lives there and has been streaming there and only knows like 40% Japanese. I think I know who you're talking about. Actually, I don't know. Does Sea Dog know like Japanese proper? You could see if other friends do some things too. Well, I could do treadmill walking while Yulin does it. Not Sea Dog? Okay. I do have a friend that's trying to learn Japanese. And I'm like, well, that would be sick and cool. But there is a predicament, and the predicament is that he wakes up because he has night shift work, job stuff. He wakes up when I go to bed half the time. You started learning Japanese recently as well? Guys. Very EU friendly timing. I'm not early. Or I'm working. Oh. Maybe I should learn Japanese. Culturally, I'm so behind on everything. Like, I watched Spy Family, I watched Oshinoko and all that, but, like, all the other stuff, I would walk with Yulin more, but I would have to go to bed earlier. Well, that's not bad. You get more sleep, or you wake up earlier and get to be more productive. Something that I really wish I could do, but I can't lately. I just can't. I went to bed at 2 a.m. yesterday and fell asleep at 5. Like, what is this? Malarkey. Just do Japanese learning streams? I just stream and then go to bed. We have opposite schedules. Oh, man. I know very little Japanese. I can read more than speak. Really? I thought, like, speaking would be easier. Duolingo? True. Wonder if my brain will still be able to learn a new language at my age. Is that really how it works? Like, do you really learn, like, slower at an older... I feel like you gain more information when you're older. I mean, I'm only 27 soon, so, like, it's not a big deal. Language learning is easier, really? God, am I doomed if I go back to college then? Jesus. It's gonna take me forever to learn things. It's not impossible, just slightly slower. Oh, man. Unless you continue learning. Oh, God. What a baby. Well, thank you. Then that means I can still learn, right? Yeah, I'm not in my 30s yet. I can still go back and learn things. My problem with learning things is interest and self-diagnosed ADHD, which is not, but I don't think I have ADHD. It's just that, like, sometimes I can't focus, and it is what it is. But, Aiko, that's literally ADHD. No. No, it's not. It becomes more difficult. Bro, I already struggled at a young age. You're telling me it gets worse? Oh, man. What the flip? At age 100, by then you'll be a monk, Uncle Johan. You'll be a monk somewhere in the mountains. All I know is when I'm older, I'm gonna look like Gandalf. I'm gonna get the long ass beard, the long ass like hair. I'm gonna have a wizard hat. People be like, bro, what is this? A cool monk. True. True. This is wait, no, this isn't well, this is Sayuri, but this isn't My Hero. This is Lycoris Recoil. God, that was such a good anime. Lycoris Recoil was really good. I like that anime. And apparently there's gonna be more. They confirmed season 2. I wish that G-Witch wasn't over. That was like my favorite anime to watch. I think it's my anime of the year. Saruman. Are you saying I'm evil? Why am I Saruman? Or are you saying I'm gonna fall off a tower and get punctured? Considering all the grotesque deaths in like Lord of the Rings, that one seemed pretty tame. Consider just all the only thing that happens is he fell out of off a tower and landed and like got punctured. But like, why did they cut that out originally? Where the monk live. Superhero landing. I wonder if I could. Watch me break my headset trying to do that though. I don't know why I always do that sound. That makes no sense. Really? In Japan? Jesus. You need to look forward though? Yeah, I'm old. My neck doesn't do that anymore. Just kidding. Jason! In landing? Yeah, I guess you're freaking right. Ugh, I did it wrong. Ugh, mods banned me. I'm such a freaking failure. Do it right? Fine. Fine, I guess. I can't face the camera like that. Because the camera's up here. Did it catch? Did it capture me looking up? That's too high up. I don't even think a normal human being with flexibility can do that. I have to move the camera down. Acceptable? Sick! I did it right. I'm a superhero. I don't want to be a superhero anymore. I just want to be happy. Bum ba bum ba bum ba ba. Fart sound alert as you did it. Whoa! I don't fart. Our Saitama. I'm not bald. I'm not even bald. I actually have too much hair. I need a haircut. But context clues, body language points goes a long way with learning. I need to start learning. There's just so many things I want to do. I mean, it's easier if I just stick to my current stream schedule. But that might change a little bit, depending on how things pan out in the next few weeks. No, I don't want to be bald. My hair's all I have left. Fun like charades. I mean, the thing is like, a lot of maybe not a lot of countries, but there are like plenty of places where if you know a little bit of the language, people just are happy that you're learning it, and in some aspect. In Poland, if like some random dude that doesn't look Polish went up and started speaking like fluent Polish, people would be like, "Yo, how you know this?" It's like, "Oh, I've been learning for years." Yeah, I've been learning for years. Yeah, I've been learning here. Coffee. Guys, are there any poggers? Maybe the reason I'm getting into like other things right now, like wanting to get cards and whatnot, is because there's nothing to play. Like Diablo 4 I launched yesterday. This is terrible, man. Oh my god, dude. I always forget the name of this artist, but like her vocals are so good. English speaking countries? True. True. That's kind of true. That's kind of true. I would go to Japan, but flight, I'm so bad with flying, dude. I would have to like instead of doing just Japan, I would need to do like a world tour like thing where I would go. The worst part will be flying from New York to across the ocean to Europe. But I'll go to Europe and then like I don't really want to fly. Would I just drive across Europe and then eventually fly to Japan? I don't know. Whatever method there is for me to be able to get to one place from one place to another without flight would be fantastic. Ico World Tour. I debated IRL streams a lot in my lifetime. But the problem isn't the IRL part. The problem is the goddamn streaming backpack. Conjure Portal. 30 days, 3 countries was perfect amount of time. Wow, 30 days is really good. Philippines, Taiwan, and Japan. I hear Philippines is super beautiful. You want to do Europe next? Europe is really pretty. I mean, everywhere is pretty, but I have a bias because, I'm European. Shanghai, Korea, and Japan in 30 days as well. Well, 3 weeks. Wow. I want to do that, man. Guys, do you want to go with me? Guys. Yeah, Barcelona for sure. You can go to Barcelona. You can go to Italy if you really wanted to. You can go to Prague and get scammed or something. 30 days. My other travel mates went on to Korea and Vietnam. What? Damn. Were your travel mates like people you knew well, or are they just like randos? I know Roaming did that. He used to do that. He would, used to, and then he found like a group to do it all the time with. But Roaming would go to like Africa with a bunch of randos because it was like a funded group, and they would just go around. And then he got like a full group to do it with. My best friend and his cousin. Oh, okay. That's cool. I don't have people IRL that would be willing to do that. All my friends, like, they won't go beyond Boston for conventions. So we go to Boston for PAX East, and that's about it. They are very, like, Hobbit. They're Hobbit core. So we already left the Shire, and they're uncomfortable. Yeah, I'm in New York City. Yeah, all my friends in the IRL dimension are in Jersey, Boston, and Pennsylvania. They all like scattered away from New York. You're going up sometime soon. Well, let me know. Let me know. I might be alive. There are some people I want to meet from the internet that are not too far from me. Not too far. It's just a matter of timing and both of us getting over our anxiety. Amtrak, nice. Very nice. Penn Station, oh, I pray for you. I pray for you, Penn Station. Good God. Penn Station, canonically, worst goddamn station of all time. To me. to like tourists, they won't even notice how bad. But like when you compare like stations, God, I hate Penn Station. It's not actually that bad, but it's canonically the worst. Like you'll be there and you'll think, oh, it's just a regular train station. But then you ask a New Yorker and they're like, nah, it's the worst. And you'll be like, well, why? And they'll be like, no, just look at it. No, just look at just. Sorry, I broke. If I was a record player, I'd have scratches all over me. Oh man, you guys looking forward to any games like coming up? I've been thinking about it. I just like I don't even know if there's a game coming out that I'm like, hell yeah, at the moment. Dude, it's so bad lately. I've been considering just playing RuneScape again. Straight up. Mario RPG. Okay, true. Fall Guys collab with 14. Mario isn't my kind of thing, unfortunately. I'm gonna be real. The most exciting Switch game I've played like recently was the goddamn Fruit game. I still didn't get a 3K. To be fair, I haven't played it much since I did the one stream. Dead Rising remake? Wow. I kind of just play Honkai Star Rail and then cry when I don't get what I want. Which happened yesterday. And I'll continue to complain about it for like the rest of the week. You'll hear it about 16 more times for the next few days. I just wanted an Eidolon 1 Jingliu, and I got a Bailu. Why? I'm a good person. I'm not a sinner. I don't commence in sexual activities. What did I do? All I do is show my feet sometimes. Is that really that bad? I stare at feet more than I show them. That's not sinful. It's consensual. Is it the sniff? Oh man. It's just not fair. You should always show them. No. Jesus himself told me that if I showed my feet, he would smite me. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I would do a tour of Asia in some way. I'd go to like, I don't know where in particular, but I would certainly end up in Japan. I kind of want to do South Korea. I don't know where else I would go everywhere, honestly, but I don't know. There's so many options of places that I would go, but my priorities would be South Korea and Japan. Germany's not in freaking Asia, Gerjuvi. You'll come with me? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't leave Germany. Germans are hobbits. Been making more friends around the world, so I have places to visit now. Oh. On my Japan trip, I was hanging out with a bunch of Germans. Wait, what the hell? That's sick. Sumo tournament? Did you go to any of those cat cafes? I really want to, but I think I'll die. Like, I think I would walk in and just fall over. My nose would just start like leaking out. My eyes would start like tearing up, and like I would just fall. And that's it. That's the end of it. I want to go to a raccoon cafe. Technically, I want to go to the fox forest thing. Yay! Poachers! Under the lobby was a cat cafe. It was hot to pass. Hot. God damn it. Yeah, there are raccoon cafes. Yeah. What's up, Kyoso? I forget what emote that is. 7TV has ruined my life. Everything's the same. Everything's the same. We got these degen emotes everywhere. Oh god, that's where the sinning's coming from. That's why I couldn't get a Jingliu Eidolon 1. That's why things are going the way they are. She's maxed out, but can't get an Eidolon, so she's not maxed out on her... Ooh. Yeah, funny. That one's hot. That one's funny. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it, man. I would be pulling so many emotes that would just be replacing common words, and then this is what goes on. I'm sick of it. How's cat not a word? How's cat not an emote that gets transferred into something? Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 is basically all I do these days, aside from Honkai Star Rail. But Honkai Star Rail is just dailies at this moment. I need a patch, an update, which is coming out tomorrow, which means it's too late. It's Jover, and I'm sad. I cannot get Eidolon 1 Jingliu unless I spend money right now. Uma! She likes to dance like Uma Thurman. Horse girl running. Running horse girl. Why she's doing this? I kind of want to play Blue Archive. The thing is, gacha games are... Now, realistically, I think I'd have way bigger of a problem spending money on actual, like, physical cards. Right? But gacha games still tempt me very strongly. I want to swipe! The Lakari clip. I want to swipe! That's me. That is me when I boot up Honkai Star Rail and I see that my Jingliu could be Eidolon 1 and be super poggers. She's already crazy, but like she could be crazier. Bro, please. Life is unfair. Life is unfair. Filthy Genshin gamers. I have not played Genshin once in my... Well, that's not true. But I haven't swiped, and I haven't ever really played Genshin. I got Klee, free to play, and never played again. I'm just a freaking Honkai Star Rail player. I did play gacha games way back in the day. Honkai's not the same. It's not open world, and it's turn-based combat. I hate Genshin Impact's combat. I hate it. You're hot and you're cold. You're yes and you're no. I don't know what song this is, but it's driving me insane right now. You're hot, then you're funny. I played Girls' Generation, or whatever it was called. Girls' Frontline, that's the one, not Generation. Girls' Generation's the goddamn... That's the goddamn music group. They're the ones that made female president, I think, right? No, that's Girls' Day. God save the Queen. I randomly rolled in one of my alt accounts that I haven't used in years, and I got the new character in Genshin. But like, so that's Poggers, right, Wolfie? But then like, are you going to play on that account now, or do you have an account that has more? See, that's the predicament that I always have. I have friends who have bought like Genshin, Honkai, like all these gacha accounts for cheap, and then they get the character they want, but then they have no other characters. Is it worth it? I don't know how it works. I feel like if I bought an account just for an Eidolon 1 Jing Liu, but I have nothing else, there's no point. I wouldn't buy an account, though. I don't... When I think of account purchasing, I just think of RuneScape, and then like everything changes in my mind. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do that. Your accounts are free to play? I see. The trading system. Guys, should I get into Magic the Gathering? Or should I get Wishni cards? Wishnorts? I like the sound of Wishni cards better. But I wouldn't play the game, I would just collect. I don't feel like learning card games. I mean, they're all basically the same premise, but like, you know. Magic the Gathering sounds like a very expensive investment. Sharts? It's like Wise Schwartz, right? Guys, should I become a K-pop idol? You know what, Aiko? Sure. Go for it. Yeah, you guys don't have to lie to me. Would you guys even support me if I was a K-pop idol? I would die. They go through too much, man. Banger after banger, but like, at what cost? Their stability as a human freaking being. I like the sound of the Weiss Schwartz cards because they have like anime characters and all that. You can't be an idol, you have a BF. Ha! God, you're right. I can't be an idol. I actually watched a documentary a few days ago about an idol Japanese news reporter girl. And she was the most popular of like the whole thing just because she was like, idol core. She had like the energy and everything. And then some random dude found her that she wasn't there for one of the weather broadcasts. I forgot her name, I'm sorry, but she was found like watching a tennis match or something. And they're like, there she is! That's why she hasn't been doing news broadcasts. She's there doing tennis. The nerve! How dare she not be here entertaining us for our news broadcast? And then like a few months later, apparently she would show up, but less and less frequently, or something because of whatever. I don't really remember like that premise, but they found out that she's dating the tennis player that she was watching the match of. Oh my god! I've never seen people went berserk. Enjoy your damn food. I'm not hydrating. God, they went ape shit ballistic on her for having a BF, bro. Oh my god. Sorry, yeah. Dude, Otto is like the rail of this generation. God. But better. Yeah, I said it. I said it. Rail became like Lady Gaga of Japan. Otto like picked up the footprints of Rail, before the Lady Gaga incident. I mean, Rail still like puts out bangers nonstop, but Idol fans are the worst. True. Aya Hirano. Yeah, that's the one. I think. I don't know why the name doesn't. The last name clicks. I don't know about the first name. They found out she was. Yeah. Wait, what? Found out she was fucking her entire band and canceled her hard? That's not what I was talking about. The news. The weather lady. What is that? That's crazy. That was me. Proxy, you're Aya Hirano? Proxy's the whore? It all makes sense. Proxy, it all makes sense now. Oh, Suzumiya. Oh, I didn't know that. Whoa! Watch where you're hanging, huh? Hey, listen, man. That's rough, buddy. Me when VTuber watchers realize that most VTubers that they watch, especially in Hololive, are already dating someone. Oh, that's rough, buddy. Life ruined. Sorry, guys. You can't date Maury Calliope like you really wanted to. Guys, all right. Streamers, does your nose just randomly get like itchy when you go live, even when you're not in VR? What is this? This is like, I've noticed a trend lately. When I go live, my nose just starts getting itchy. When I'm not in VR, it's still going to get itchy. It's the headset? No, it's not. No, it's not. When I do my desktop streams on Tuesdays, my nose just itches. What the freak? Nose runs but not itchy much? Well, my nose doesn't run anymore because I inhale menthol into my goddamn system. I'm about to do it right now. Because you reminded me. I'm an addict. This is a drug. Don't do drugs. Bro, it's like inhaling mint into my nose. It is actually so good. I actually did it because my right nostril is getting clogged. We are high in life. Man. Are you? Are you really? Are you truly high on life? I think my favorite, I'm sure she won't mind me mentioning this, but my favorite thing in VRChat ever was the people who would crowd around Rose Doodle. And one day she was talking about her husband. And like some dude showed up. He's like, "Beeple married? What?" And it sounded like his life was shattered then and there. Oh my god, it was so funny, bro. So when I think of idol culture, sometimes I think of Rose. Of like, Beepoo's married? What? Ain't no way! Bro had to sit down, like, it hurt. It hurt him, bro. Every goal has a goalie. Poor guy. People don't realize that other people have a life. That was tragic. I almost felt bad for him. I almost did. Beepoo freaking married, man. I'm married too, chat, so sorry about that, guys. Yeah. Not to crush everyone's hopes. I know I'm like a 10 out of 10 and all, but sorry about that. Her husband jump scares me on Fortnite. What about Chromia being a boy? Is that true? I mean, I don't care. Oathmeal. I think Oathmeal said they are. They. Their pronouns are he, him, but they don't care on the internet. I'm not sure. I think. Chromia never cared. Yeah, well, Chromia just kills people, so, like, realistically, I don't think it would ever matter whether Chromia is a dude, a woman. It's the internet. That is not really a surprise. I think the culture of, like, cringing at a mute for being a dude is... Just get over it, man. You ain't gonna bang. You ain't gonna bang. I raised them well. Yeah, I remember Chromia clawed my eyes out one time, and ever since then, when I reacted, like, a funny way, I'm like, help! Chromia, like, since then, never clawed or, like, tried to kill me. They just booped me and walked on. Yeah, I guess I'm just, like, kill-proof. The gender doesn't matter at all. You never had a shot rando. Precisely. That is true. There is a surprising amount of mutes that are girls. That is true. That is true. More so now than before. I think OG VRChat was more so like, guys are the mutes, and girls like to be heard. But now that there's so much more like weird shit going on in the internet, people like dudes are just so goddamn weird that girls are the mutes now because of that. Yeah, I don't blame them either. Yeah. So they try to avoid conflict. You can see head snap in lobbies. Yeah. Can't stop them on VRChat. Yeah, that's true. Chromia's alright, just gotta get her to laugh. I like Chromia. And they play Final Fantasy more so lately, so that's dope. They will hump it. Chromia's accents poggers. I love accents in general. I wish I had one. I truly do. I truly genuinely wish I had an accent. But Aiko, you do. No. I don't have an accent. I don't. Go out and go all out Italian. Why is it only Americans who say that? You have an American accent, you wombat? Okay. Hold. Pause. I don't have a good American accent in that case. Ghost the Dane, tell her something. Tell her now. I hate you for proxy. You have an American accent? Yeah, but I have a cringe one. I don't have like a Boston, Brooklyn accent. If I had a Brooklyn accent, life would be great. I don't care. Chocolate? Chocolate. We got them chocolates. And biscuits. Chocolates and biscuits and coffee. Coffee, chicken, cheddar. Wait, that's Germa. Coffee, chicken, cheddar. I don't remember how it all goes. Hey, I'm walking. We don't talk like that. It's Germa. Coffee, chicken. Oh yeah, Cheetos, coffee, chicken. I love Germa. God, it's so old. Oh my god, I'm a boomer. Bada bing, bada boom. We don't say that. Hey, we don't say that. Hey, we mean fucking. Hey. Stop cussing in my goddamn chat. Hey, mods. No profanity allowed. I wish I had that accent. Something, bro. Dude, why is everyone duding? Go to the deli. How about you deli these? That was intense. Goddamn. You see a new New York Marathon of the guy offering a crack pipe to runners? No, but I wish I was there now. Not that I would accept it or anything. Give me your pickle. You're saying you tickle my pickle for a nickel? I have a mixture of Carib, Essex, Irish, and Scottish. Total mix of... Might need more than a nickel? What? Are you saying I'm worth more? Wait, no, because you're getting the nickel. That's fair. I mean, you know, you price your own service is how it is. That's fair. Can I at least get a discount? Leaf knows what I sound like on a polite and British sense. You are a pie? For you, sure. Really? I don't like sex. Caught him. We got him. That one right there. Mates. I am the anti-sexer. Whoa! Shit! Thank you for the 31 months, Shere Khan, Sean Kalansky. Thank you for thank you. That's like so many years. If you can say this, Pock Pie, you get the idea. I look different today? Sorry. Yeah, I got my hair done. Sorry about that. Isn't it swag? Don't you like my hair or no? Sex? This man hates boobs? Oh, boobs are okay, just like... The aesthetic of under boob is poggers. But it doesn't, like, do what you guys think it does to me that it does to you. I don't wake up in the morning and have the predicament of... bashing my dick on a table. I don't gotta do that. Leafeon's perception of that emote is ruined forever. I hope you know that. You guys have absolutely butchered that emote for all of the eternity for Leafeons. Did you not say you did slap your thigh? My thigh? Ow. That reverb, bro. Good, it's in the lore now. I see the cat. I think of cock. Sounded bony? Did it? Maybe. I don't have bones. My bones are glass and I have paper skin. The cock in my brain! Get it out! Help! It's funny you say bony because that was like the bottom part. It's not even close enough to the bones. Probably a hentai about something like that. There's a hentai about everything, let's be real. My Twitter's plagued with it again. At this point, I don't even care. Maybe I'll just share it with people and be like, hey, you like this, right? Maybe I'll like bond with people by sending them hentai, but like not personally per se enjoying it that much. Yo, you guys watch Digital Circus? Yo, any Digital Circus watchers? It was pretty good. I hope there's more soon. Probably won't be anytime soon, but you bonded with people over hentai? Yeah, but you have like a level that would discomfort me, I feel like. Not in a bad way. Just like, how do I explain it? I'm not into monsters. Well, I'm not into a lot. Yeah, that's true. You are a pleaser. That's fair. What is it about? I've seen a lot about it. Basically, the main character put a headset on and got sent into a different universe that's like a circus and like trying to find a way out. But like has a mental breakdown throughout the entire process. I like to share what people like. Once I find your taste, you get that. You kind of sent me something like that. Although it wasn't like arousal pleasing, but it's like the underboob with the Warframe tattoo was sick. It did get me more tempted to play Warframe. It's just an aesthetic thing for me. Like I'm it just looks cool. It must have been more the tattoo, but I did a dank emote in 7TV. Goose go vrr. It's a goose and it go whir. It's an isekai. It's a YouTube thing. It's not an anime. It's like a rendered animated thing. I don't really know how to explain it. It just looks 3D rendered. It's really cool though. It's really, really good. I would recommend it if you want to watch some. It's only 25 minutes long, so it's not a long watch by any means. It's like an anime episode. Really good humor. IMHO, the circus thing, yeah. Digital Circus is it's pretty good. I like the humor. I like the main. Pomni is great because she is just having a breakdown throughout the entire thing. So I related. Pretty good. Pretty good. You might or might not like it. I don't know. It's got some like creepy factor to it. Didn't really care much for it. Not for me. That's fair. That's fair. Like, it's nothing crazy, but I just enjoyed it. Creepy, you say? Well, creepy is a relative term. Like, it's not horror creepy, but it's creepy in, like, facial expressions and stuff. Yeah, it's very Tumblr, like, Tumblr core. But not, like, current Tumblr, like, previous Tumblr. It kind of makes me think of a Homestuck, if Homestuck was good, and an isekai. And 3D. Homestuck's a really bad example, though. Because there's not, like, goblins and, you know... It wants to be creepy, but it just does not land as creepy. I think it wants to be ironically creepy in a humorous way. Like, I don't think you're meant to take it that seriously. Yeah, it's like a creepy, depressive humor. It's not like dark humor, but it's like creepy, depressive humor. Which I guess is like a random tree with a random branch within dark humor, but you haven't watched it yet? Why? I'm just kidding. Basically like a mental breakdown. Yeah, Pomni. Yeah. I love this song. Like, I've never watched Mori Calliope, and I've never, like, gone beyond watching maybe a clip or two. And she had, like, a bunch of controversy. I'm like, I don't know, whatever, dude. But I really like this song. Can you remind me of it when I get back? Sure. Calliope. Oh, it's not Calliope. Is it Mori Calliope? Calliope? I thought it was Calliope. Creepy, like, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. You can compare them, but... Like, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is kind of creepy core, right? Damn, wouldn't this avatar look, like, better if I remove these? Further back, go. Damn it. Calliope. Calliope? Bro, I don't know. Listen, that's the only song that this is like the only thing I know about her. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared has like a more creepy factor to it. I feel like Digital Circus is more like, yeah, mental breakdown. It's really hard to explain. It's better off just watching, but I can understand 25 minutes can be a lot of time for some people. Yeah, I don't know much about her. I watched a little bit of a Minecraft stream when I was really bored, and I was talking with Fausto, and I closed it out because Mume went live. And I don't particularly watch a lot of VTubers in general, but like if I'm super bored, we'll probably end up watching Iris or like Mume. Yesterday we were bored, and Fausto was doing Bozja. And we watched an Iris video of a stream that happened recently. It was Family Feud, and it was great. She's the only one I watch, even a little bit, but I'm biased. That's fair. The thing is, like, her vocals and stuff are pretty good as far as I see right now, but I just like this song. Planning on to watch it soon. I've seen a bit of art of Pomni, the clown on Twitter. Yeah. Pomni's cool. Or Ponmi. I don't know. Whatever they are, that's my favorite character. The sexualization? Oh god, is there like... Well, of course there is. Actually, you're right. I saw Pomni with like big honkers on Twitter. You're right. Big honker, Pomni giving a boob job. I did see that. At this point, I'm immune to it. I just don't even care. It's just like, it's there. I'm like, well, that's... Whatever. It's not even an inconvenience anymore. I just scroll past. It's ignorable. The only time I can't ignore it is if it's a lolly. I'm sorry. I'll go on a tangent on this for hours and hours if I have to, but I won't. I can't. Anything else? It's whatever. Like, I had a whole year of seeing like Pokemon characters. You know, like the main character for the female main character. No, what's her name? She's not the main character. She's the one character in Legend Arceus. I see her all the goddamn time. Faster than the original thing. Yeah, I guess it's true. That's just how the internet be, you know? Listen. Yeah, that's what people like go for, you know? Like, I'm not gonna shame people for, you know, enjoying their content. I don't particularly care for it in any aspect. This is such a banger, yeah. I'm not like disgusted by sexual things, right? Like if I see it, I'm like, yeah, whatever. If it's a good art style, I can appreciate it, even if it's like full nude, something like a dude with a massive dick. But like the style's cool, I don't really care. The unreasonable proportion ones piss me off though. But it's like whatever. Good like art style is what I look for and stuff. So even if it's like hentai in some degree, it's like, well, at least the art style is nice. Someone outed me like a few days ago because of a Twitter like I had. It was like, in all fairness, it was a little bit like NSFW, but it wasn't that crazy. It was just like an anime girl, and she's like laying on the bed, and like, yo, it was squeezing her chest up a little bit. But the art style was so good. I was like, it's really not that big of a deal. It's not like it made me horny. I just like the art style. Aiko's horny on main. I don't really have, like... Bye, Nutty! Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I just wants to know how accurate the feet were drawn. Yeah, that's pretty true. Hey, listen. They don't turn me on, but I can admit that anime feet look like aesthetically pleasing sometimes. It is what it is. But I could say about anything, really. I, I don't have anything that like actually arouses me or turns me on like that. I just don't. I just don't. You don't have to hum me. It's true. So listen, anime feet just look like decent. Not like sexually decent. They just exist and look like pleasing. Not that's bad wording. You know what I if you don't know what I mean, then whatever. You can clip it out of context and upload it somewhere or whatever. I have no regrets. I know what I stand for and what does and does not affect me. I just like art style. Heh. There it is. Is it gonna play? They're just art styles that look good. It is what it is. Shadow Wizard Money.
We love casting spells.
Yeah, hydrate. Like I don't know. I don't have anything. Like I'm not into stuff like that. But if it looks nice through art, then it's nice. So now I hydrated for when you made hydrate. It was just delayed. And then I hydrated again because my throat is pissed off today. I can tell you why. Because my neighbor has been mowing their lawn like twice a week. It's pissing me off. And when the scent of like cut grass gets into my room, my nose gets pissed off, and then for some reason my throat gets dry. So I need to hydrate more. I don't know why. I don't really know how that works. In a medical aspect, I have no clue how that like functions. No, because if I close my window, my room's gonna get too hot, and if I get sweaty, I'm gonna be irritated. Also, today's the first day where it's cold enough for me to feel good enough in a hoodie. I took it off because I'm in VR and standing, and like obviously, you know, moving around more equals more heat and whatnot. I'm also just a human furnace as it is. I have to take off my shirt and then put on the hoodie, but I don't feel like doing that. It's because I have a warmer shirt. I actually know exactly what shirt this is. This is the I'm lagging Koyo t-shirt, the old merch shirt that I had. I should work on some merch, man, but I'm gonna wait for like full design changes first. It's called Digital Circus Shirkwan, just in case you wanted me to remind you. Digital Circus. I'm sure I could think long and hard about something that would like be sexually attractive in that scenario, in that sort of case, but like generally no, I don't view things like that. On Friday, are you still away? Are you still on vacation? I'm sure I'll still talk about it on Friday. I don't know. What is that emote? Dude, I add my own emotes. Like, I added that one. I don't even know what it's called. Cue the chat typing, it's called, and then it's just the emote again. Oh, yeah, duh. Yeah, it's called Raccoon looking awkwardly to the right. It's called... Wow, that's really what it's called? No way. Oh, a second island. Oh, cool. That looks like an emote. What the freak is this thing called? Raccoon what with no spaces? Damn. Of course it is. These zombies look easy enough. Dragon. Oh, you found the thing! No! I was like, what? What does he mean? Oh, it's the ruins. Oh, he means the dragon. Yeah. That's so funny, dude. Did you guys die? Yeah, a Gil. Ha! I remember streaming it in my first playthrough. It literally missed the... Juvie died! I was a roach? Oh my god. What are you guys playing? Are you the magic one? Are you the big blades? Are you dual blading? Is Juvie like just dual sword, a big two-handed sword? I'm glad it looked a lot easier to like install this time around. I felt like initially it was a little bit annoying. You want to do spears? Hell yeah. Find someone to do a co-op playthrough with? Yo, Ramus is right there. Ramus is literally in love with you. You guys can play together. It would be really cute. Sure, Kwan be like, nah, someone like real. Someone I enjoyed spending time with. Is a sword and shield for now? Okay. I actually have never seen anyone do a spear playthrough. That sounds interesting. I want to do the monk thing. We're having a toxic relationship. That's even better for you two to play Elden Ring together like that. You would yell at each other and it would be really cute. The other day I made Fausto cry because I was like, yeah, Yulin hates you. That's why he didn't invite you to do Magic Arena. With Core. Only if friendly fire is on? That sounds great. I feel like you guys would not progress to the first boss, but it would be great. Dude, last night I was in bed at like 5 in the morning. I woke up for like a second and I heard a car like slowly driving past the street and I'm like, is someone getting robbed? What's going on here? I need someone else to play Elden Ring with. He hit the dog. So you mean he's right for doing that, right? The first thing I did when I saw a dog was blade barrage it, quite literally. Listen, those dogs hit for so much damage and then they hit you with bleed. You gotta understand where Juvie's coming from. I blew them up. Comment Komori. Oh, turtle! Mods, I cannot accept this. Yeah, play with someone else. Nah, you can't be playing with him. Nah, see, we don't do that. We don't do none of that. Oh god, it's getting worse. I think they're mowing the lawn next door. Bro! Behold! Dog. Try finger butthole. Close window, endure heat. No. Absolutely not. It is the first good day that feels like autumn time. Fort. You're cooking in your room too? Open the window, Proxy. Window, window, window. My nose. If I get... Stop! Keep the window closed! Keep it closed! Don't do it! Oh god! No, it's not too late. It's never too late. Even if I say it'll be alright. So I hear you say you want to end your life. Close window, take off clothes, turn on face cam. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Bro, you don't want to see that. God, my face looks horrendous lately. I'm getting, like, no sleep. I have the eye bags of a goddamn... I don't know. Something comparable. I look dead. So you look like a raccoon? Damn, I guess you're right. I'm immersed on myself, basically. Emo look. What do you mean? That's a raccoon eating scrambled eggs. That's me when I have a good morning. When I wake up at 10 a.m. and actually have the opportunity to like enjoy a plate of eggs before stream, so I can actually go and make my own. Tomorrow. I'm sleep deprived today. Tomorrow it's gonna happen. I'm gonna wake up early, and I'm gonna make scrambled eggs, and then I'm gonna have a good day, and then I'm gonna stream, and I'm gonna go to sleep at the same time, wake up at the same time. You look lore accurate. Thank you. I do. Okay, sure, I'll fix my sleep. I can visit Yuland and Leafyons when you're streaming. Guys, come on. You have to believe it. You have to believe in me. The problem is I get tired around 12 a.m. and I go to bed at around 2 because I'm like, hell yeah. And then, like, I still fall asleep late. You can't go in VR for it? Why? What happened? Is no good? Is broken? Graphic is broken. Why? The card exploded. Damn, that actually blows. Oh my god, she canonically withered from VR. Oh my god, Leafyons is gone for the winter. And stared in a transporter trap Celia crystal tunnel? Oh boy. I remember trying to teleport out of it, and you couldn't. Leafons, why? That blows, man. I hope you can get a replacement fast. I know they're expensive. I do think graphics cards have gotten a little bit cheaper, but not enough to be like, yeah. Leafyons used to wait for the spring. I could not imagine Leafyons not being in VR until the springtime. There's no way. Gonna operate on Wednesday? God, be careful. Get yourself one of the air dusters. 2 little cans? Hell yeah. I need to buy some myself. My case is it's really hard for it to like really get dusty, but it just means I have to clean it less frequently, but I still do it like once a month. Technically for me, it's time to like reset my Windows. It has been like 3 years. I used to do it once a year. I'm lazy, dude. I think I'm just gonna wait and like get a new computer altogether at some point, and that will become my like streaming PC and on my gaming PC. Like it's falling off at this point. It's got a 2080 Super, which is like it's good, but you know like Diablo still explodes. It doesn't like Diablo. And then it has a Ryzen something. I'm so bad with the goddamn CPUs. 5700 question mark? Diablo. Yeah, I've been playing it again a little bit. By again, I mean yesterday for 4 hours. The new season's not that bad. It's basically vampire themed. So it's got like yeah, Diablo 4. 4 it has a vampire season right now. So the perks you get are basically lifesteal for everything you do. Damage and kills are lifesteal. You can spec into magic related stuff and whatnot for like sorcerer, so it's pretty good. You're getting blue screens? Oh man. I'm scared, man. I'm not ready for anything to break in my computer, so I'm just hoping it stays functioning. Yeah, it's a good season. It seems tolerable. You can get like damage resist and whatnot. We'll see. You know how Diablo is. Technically, none of that matters when you get into like late game. Final season, Diablo 3. Oh man. I just want to play a game frequently, regularly that has seasons and stuff that's worth my while. Final Fantasy is good, but like I have to wait so long for the next update, and I've done everything I kind of want to. I could do the EX, but I'm not gonna do Savage Rating because I don't have the patience for it anymore, man. I don't feel like learning. That's not even laziness. It's just like the problem with doing that stuff is having a group that's consistent in learning and like being there and on time when we do it. I don't know. I don't feel like planning stuff with people, man. It's disheartening when like you have people who show up for like a few weeks and then one person doesn't, so you stop doing it. And it's just like At this point, I was better off PFing, and I don't want to PF. Every mob drops legendaries. Jesus. They doing stuff for Diablo 3, though they dropped it altogether. They thought they dropped it altogether. Yeah, I haven't heard much about Diablo 3, to be honest. But, I mean, yeah, apparently they still do it, so that's cool. That's cool. I debated old school RuneScape again a few times, and I'm like, yeah, that's a stupid idea. Let's not do that. I have Final Fantasy 14, but like I said, there's really not much that I want to do. Like, my Island Sanctuary is rank 20. I put in my daily workshop stuff to get the new like currency thing for the mount, and then I go sell the currency stuff. You're on OSRS right now? Didn't know what else to do before sleep. If it wasn't the same cost for OSRS as it is to play Final Fantasy 14, I'd probably resub. I kind of wish I kept my grandfathered rate. I would have like $3.99 for RuneScape if I just kept it. But I canceled my sub like 4 years ago at this point. I feel like I just need a game to play. But there's no MMO that's tempting me. There's no, like, I don't know. I could do Diablo all over again, I guess. So I could do Diablo 4, but it's gonna get boring eventually, right? Probably. What else is there? Core Keeper has a few updates I want to go through, but I don't want to do them right now because I came to the realization that if we did them like tomorrow with the same group, if it was the same world and stuff, it really wouldn't be worth it because it's got one biome and pets. That would take like a week to get through all of that, especially since we're at like beyond endgame. Like Faust and I played more after everyone was done playing, and I was like, well, like there's nothing really left for us to do. No, literally, there's one achievement left for me, and it requires finding something, and it's very difficult. We even opened an interactive map of our own map, and it gave us the general radius, but it could be anywhere within this radius, and it was massive. So I was like, nah, I ain't gonna do that. Someone said it earlier, but they were talking about lactose intolerance, and I just came to a realization that even though my window's open and like I can smell the cut grass, it doesn't affect me as bad anymore. I'd be sneezing. I would be going on a sneezing frenzy right now. But I'm not. I'm kind of just chilling. Like, it's bothering like the inner area of my nose, and my throat is a little dry, but it's not like obnoxious. That could be because I literally snorted like menthol into my nose, but I don't know. I just want a new Monster Hunter game. Like a new one. I don't feel like playing. You just have COVID? Oh, typical. Wouldn't be the first, wouldn't be the last. Bro, I don't feel like playing World. I don't feel like Rise was not my kind of game. Just give me a new Monster Hunter. You can keep the combat from Rise and put it in, but like remove. I don't want the wire bug. I don't want the mounts. Give me everything else. I don't care. Yeah, no more wire. I don't mind the wire. I just can't get myself to keep replaying World and Rise. Yeah, I kind of feel that. Just give me a new Monster Hunter, man. Anything. I'll take anything, man. Capcom quoted that they are now sticking to PC as their main platform. If they don't release a Monster Hunter game for PC first, I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to contact them and be like, hey, remember that thing you said about main platform being PC? If you release it on the goddamn Switch or the PlayStation or the Xbox, I'm going to have some words, Capcom. I'll have some words. I'm not going to wait a goddamn year again. My friends DMing me, they're like, yo, dude, Monster Hunter Rise is so good. I'm like, oh, that's so cool to hear. And they're like, you playing it? I'm like, oh, no, I'm just waiting for the PC release. Passive-aggressive letter, if they don't release it on a PC, yeah! Yeah! I'm gonna find Capcom and I'm gonna pee on their doorsteps. Yeah. No, I'm gonna piss on their computer keyboards. Boom. Done. Take it. It'll be fun. It'll be really cool to have a new Monster Hunter. I'm craving Monster Hunter, but I'm not craving World or Rise. Like, World would be what I would play. But I'm not feeling that, like, desire to play those. I just want something new. Because then I can learn a new weapon and, like, feel better about myself about learning it from, like, a new game. Because if I keep playing World to try to learn any weapon, really, I don't know, it's hard, man. Because we play World like once a week, sometimes once a month, and I'm like, Charge Blade's cool, it's really cool, but I don't feel like learning it, not like this. Hit me with a new game. To think I would have played Charge Blade and actually, like, really enjoyed it. If not for being a picky bastard. And not wanting people to have duplicate weapons. I suck, man. I ruin my own gameplay. I do. I don't like when people have the same weapon in a team. You can't take hammer away from me. I actually played Rise with bow. It was really fun. It was really, really fun. That is not being a picky bastard. What sort of party has 2 weapons of the same? Well, you're in luck, Proxy. I want to learn... I don't know. Charge Blade is what I really, really want to learn. Yeah, bow in Rise was really good for when I played it for a little bit. All the longsword mains. Whoa! Whoa! Actually, I don't think there was anyone else who played longsword when I did in World. I don't think there was anyone. Surprisingly. Ellie was dual blades. Faust was charge blade. Yuland was... he did hunting horn, I think, at one point. He did the lance. He did a lot of weapons, honestly. I don't remember what his main was because he did so many weapons. Glenn and Winter both had hammer, though. And I was like, that's a bummer, but whatever. I mean, yeah, you did gun, lance, horn. Yeah, switch axe. Bowguns, hammer. If it's all longsword, it's fine. I did see you with glaive, yeah. I actually started with glaive in World, and that's when Yulin told me, hey, Aiko, it's okay to try out other weapons, you know? Just in case. I was like, alright, Yulin. What are you trying to say? He's like, oh, it's just like, you're not doing glaive correctly. You're supposed to be using the bugs and stuff. I'm like, I guess I'll change weapons then. I guess I'll change weapons. When I found out that the basis of glaive isn't staying in the air and smacking things because I have to actually maintain bugs, I was like, no. I just want to be in the air. If I can't do that, then this is not the weapon for me. I'm gonna think of a different weapon to learn in the next Monster Hunter game. I don't know what. I don't really want to do longsword anymore. I don't really want to do dual blades. So either I'll do bow, charge blade. We found a falling star beast. He's not locked in here with us. We're dead. You'll be dual blades again? That's fair. I'll probably end up giving up and just doing longsword again. I played bow for a good while in Rise near the end, and it was really, really fun, though. You think they'll release a new... when was the last time they released a new weapon type? That'd be really cool. I wonder how that would function. Like, how they would do that. Oh my god, I got so many invite requests just now. Oh my god, what? I'm just gonna chill. It's kind of the chill day. It's like 6 people just requested. Gen 3. What's the newest weapon? The thing is, I don't even know what they would release, but they're pretty creative with them, so... Is this moving annoying if I'm like shifting around like this? It helps me exist. I don't know why it helps me focus more. They can get at least inspiration from Frontier like Tonfas and such. I see. Yes, JK mods. You think I worry about my movements too much? Probably. I just do it because... for whatever reason, when I'm shifting around like this, I can actually, like, focus. Because I guess my legs are too, like, busy. My legs are too busy, so, like, I can't do anything else. Such as think about other things and then forget how to talk. So what makes you different from others? Me wobbling around? A little wibbly wobbly timey wimey? Thanks, Proxy. You're so nice to me. Slap those thighs. Well, I mean... How do you think that's pronounced? How do you think... Jabani. Jabani. The word is yabane. It basically just means... I don't know how to explain it. No, not Bobbert. You don't do that to him. It's like an insult. There's not like an English equivalent. Let me think. I don't even know what like Google Translate would give you for that. Ah, it's happening. My throat's getting the itch. Oh man. Oh man. Bro, like, it's like, why you gotta be doing this to me though? Like, stupid ass cut grass, like. Well, it is, but it's not. It's like an adjective for it. It's like an adjective insult of that. Yeah, it's like an aggressive emphasis. Yeah, it's something like that. It's just... It's like one of those words that doesn't go into English properly, so I don't know how to say it. Because it's at the end of sentences, so it can't be the equivalent of that. It's like insulting someone, but putting the insult at the end as an adjective that goes to that word. I don't know. We escaped! Yeah, freedom! That one's hard. That one's hard to remember, but... it's what it's. Should I go get tested for ADHD, chat? In IRL? What if it says that I do have ADHD? Take me with you? Alright, chat, we're all going. Let's go all get tested for ADHD. I'm just gonna, like, show up at the... ah, the itch! No! Go away! Oh, Mongolia. Mongol. These slash me burns all the grass in the world. Now there's no grass to touch. You're going soon for the test? I should, but I'm like, I don't know. Scatter. Dude, I'm sorry, but when they mow the lawns, my nose gets pissed off and my throat gets itchy and I'm pissed off. I'm angry. Why would you go again? Well, just for like secondary closure. You can't always be 100% sure that maybe I should just become a robot VTuber or an android, and like, then it would make sense why I glitch out. I'm just gonna become like a vinyl player VTuber. My whole thing is I'm a vinyl player, so that's why I have stutters. Icore. Bocher's the rock. Bocher's the Glock. Bocher's the cock. song's so good. The song's so good. Bocher's no luck. Poor Bochers. You guys have any anime suggestions for this season? Tell me the TBHs. Any good animes out there? Winter suggested the one with Elf Girl. I forget its name, but I might watch that one. Good night, Ghost the Dane! Have a good sleep, and remember, have fun with it, Spy Family. No! No! No, Jesus Christ, no! I will watch Spy Family. Yeah, Freiren with the elf girl. That's the one. Gute Nacht. I don't know how you say it in Danish, in Denmarkian, so you'll get the German one instead. Good night. God night. God night. God night. God night. Good night. Ah, yes. The 11 girlfriends who really love you is kind of funny and wholesome while stupid. If you insist. Don't nut. Whoa! Do nut. Use it or you'll lose it. That's what Yuland always told me. That's why I nutted 5 minutes ago. Huh? Yesterday was National Nut Day. I hope you guys nutted. I had pistachios, so I celebrated Nut Day real good. I had some real good nuts. No Nutella November. Well, that's the easiest thing. This is a 3:39:38 stream hour stream. Sorry, I was talking about it earlier. That's what I said. I said anime feet are kind of like decent in like art style, and everyone's like, oh, so he nuts to feet. Well, that's not what I do. It's not it. What I do think is weird is like the very profound like armpit stuff that I see on Twitter, the armpit art. I'm like, Jesus, good God Christ on Almighty. He nuts on the feet? Well, nuts good for skin, so maybe, I don't know. Whatever you guys, listen, I don't know. Feel gotten worse since lockdown? Me too. I'm angry now. Touch Grace. What are you hawing, cringing at me for, Proxy Zero? You're worrying about COVID? Honestly, no. Honestly, no. You know why? Nothing changed in my life. I mean, the change was that I lost my real estate job. But the change after that was nothing, because when I wasn't working, I was just at home doing nothing anyway. People closed for too long. When COVID started, I was like, damn, I'm out of the job. I don't know what to do. And I just streamed every goddamn day. Every day. And then, like, what do you call it? At some point, I just realized, like, wow, this is no different from my everyday life. Like, I could just do this. Become a psycho streamer? No, that's Lele. I just stream every day. Anyone who has the willpower to stream every day with no breaks, just sleeping, but also streaming while sleeping, that's a psycho stream. That's crazy, dude. That is the willpower I wish I had. And I probably could do it, but I would have to, like, live alone. I can't do that in this environment that I live in. There's no way. Or, like, with roommates that would be able to tolerate it. They would never see me though. I would eat in my room streaming. I would do everything while streaming. That's like XQC. You fuse with the headset. Well, I wouldn't do only VR at that point. Like VR every day, non-stop. No, I can't do that. 4 hours of VR is enough to drain me really hard for the rest of the day. To the point where I don't feel like doing anything. I've gotten weak. I admit it. I fell off in terms of like VR strength. I used to do 8-hour VR streams average. Every day. I would come back from work after a long ass day, a 9 to 5. Sometimes it would be a 9 to like 6 when my boss keeps me for an extra hour. I would come home and I'd be like, I want to stream the whole night, and I would. To be fair, I didn't do much outside of VR when I ended streams, so I kind of do that now. I've been editing like a profuse amount of clips, and I'm preparing them for like just a regular upload schedule for shorts and TikTok and all that. And then eventually I have to actually edit videos and put them together and put them on YouTube. At this point, I just need to find like someone to edit my videos. Just do it for me. The problem with it is, I'm not picky with editing. I just think streams like these Mondays, like Monday streams aren't crazy. What are they gonna edit? Me talking about cum? I do that all the time. How many cum clips am I gonna have? An opinion on something? I have a very strong opinion on the current stance on Taco Bell tacos. I'm just gonna say how it is. Taco Bell sucks for tacos. The burritos are good though. I don't know how many controversial takes I have. I have a couple. Anything to piss people off. I can only hope one day I'm gonna like clip like my opinion on Monster Hunter Rise, and it'll piss off like the Monster Hunter community, and they're just gonna start showing up here and being like, "You're dog shit. You only play longsword. You don't know nothing about Monster Hunter." Yeah, I bet. I started playing Monster Hunter with World. Nothing compares to World. I have a few wild ones. I always have wild takes, but like none of them are that crazy. The craziest one is probably the fact that if I was like a sex haver, I'd probably be more willing to do foot stuff over anal, like eating ass. I would not eat ass. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. At that point, I would just like bite toes off. Good thing I'm not one, so I don't got to think about that ever. That's my controversial weird take. I'm shocked how many people would eat ass. Yeah, Glenn said it too. He would eat ass instead of eating, like licking toes. And I was like, yeah, but dude, like, I think ass is nasty. I don't know. That's the crusty place. There's no, you can clean it as much as you want. There's poop follicles. What about you? The shit particles are still there, so you can't just tell me that it's not there. No, but it just doesn't make sense. Because feet, you use them all the time, you're standing on them all the time, they get sweaty. Yeah, but you can wash them. Yeah, what about the bacteria, like, underneath the nails? Well, you don't go that far, man. Starves themselves for weeks, that shit gonna be nasty. I don't know, man. Like, dude, it's like, you know, like, I just don't get it, dude. Bro, I just don't understand, like, dude, it just don't be, like, you know, like, it's just, I don't know. Like, dude, no, it's okay. I don't do anything, remotely sexual in any way ever. As I have zero interest in any of that ever. Always, ever. I just meme it. It's funny to meme stuff. Like the foot stuff. Or, booty cheek clapping or whatever. I don't know. What do people meme about these days? Hey guys! Aiko here. With a new tutorial on how to trim your ass hairs using your toes. What does that remind me of? There's an animated series or something where somebody had a really sharp toenail, an extremely sharp one, and they did. What is this? Why is this like coming back now? They had like one toenail they never like maintained, so it's extremely sharp, and they used it as a weapon. I think I don't remember. That was crazy. I should do that. Too bad I can't. Do you guys bite your fingernails? I do. It is my biggest like problem. Teeth is now in prime. Oh God, dear Lord Christ Almighty, no, no please. I bite my fingernails, but I don't like eat them or anything. I just like spit them out and then like toss them in the bin or something. It's a problem. It's a problem. It really is. But I've been doing it since like I got to America. America gave me anxiety. Now what do I do? Go Poland now. Yeah, I want to. But I have so many friends in America, even if they're far away. There's some gamers I have to meet first, and then I might go Poland now. Depending on how things go. If I like go meet people IRL that I know from the internet, and they're not too far, and like things go okay, and we can be like decent friends, I think it'll be worth. I could stay, I guess. I don't know. I'll think about it. I can think of so many things that would be so convenient. Like, I have streamer friends that live not too far away. What if I just streamer house with them? Would they hate me? Maybe, probably. I think I would be a good roommate, but I get really mad when the sink is dirty. And I won't clean after anyone, but I will complain and get pissed off about it. Just the sink. If your room is filthy, I don't care. That's on you. Suisei might be in trouble. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, I don't care about snoring. I'm just talking about if I had a house with people, like a streamer house. If I lived with other streamers or friends. All I want is a clean kitchen. That's it, just the kitchen. And bathroom. I'm just gonna cope and hope that like people know that a bathroom should stay clean. But Emiru was talking about how like what's up Blissy by the way? Emery was talking about how she lived in a streamer house, and every single one she's ever lived in, the bathrooms were nasty, and I was like, oh, I would die. So say pulled a Russia and messaged someone on her alt, which came up on someone's live or something is what I'm gathering. Uh-oh. That's no good. Yeah, I guess bathroom and kitchen, but mostly kitchen because that's where the food is, you know? Like, just keep it clean. It's really not that hard. You wash your plate, move on. Or put it in the dishwasher, let it do its thing. I wash all of my plates. Or I put them in the dishwasher. I don't leave anything out. And if I do, it's because I literally just went live and I'll clean it after. Like my empty coffee cup is there. And I'm going to leave it. It's going to be there. But when I end stream, first thing I do, grab, toss it into the sink, clean it, toss it out of the sink into the little cleaning thingy, or put it into the dishwasher depending on what I'm feeling. Today I'm feeling okay, a little bit tired, but relatively okay enough to like wash my own goddamn dishes. I don't wash anyone else's dishes, and I will never do it. That is not my job. I do mine, you do yours. It's that simple. It is that simple. Alternatively, if you're that lazy, get paper plates, get plastic utensils, and deal with that. Deal with that. It's not that hard. A massive box will last you a couple of months. You get plastic or paper plates, lasts you a month or two. You're done. You're done. It's not that big of a deal. Order yourself some McDonald's or KFC or whatever. You don't want to throw it out, whatever, dude. Whatever. You do your thing in your room. Not near me. Like, I don't mind a mess too much, right? My room's kind of well, it's not a mess, but like, I have like a small pile of clothes over there. It's because I left my stuff in the basement, my like laundry basket thing. Instructions unclear. I ate the plate. Well, don't eat the plate. Don't eat the plate. Instructions unclear. Dick stuck in ceiling fan. But that didn't even have to do with the food. Yeah, but it still happened. But it's crunchy. No. No. Plate was a cake? Nah, the cake is a lie. There's no way it was a cake. I hope Sui says okay. Fossa would be devastated. I wonder what Suisei would even go if something really bad happened. She got hate rated. Oh. Hate raids are so like 2015, bro. Like, people still be doing this stuff. I'm so exhausted by the human race. Like, I get on the internet, I'm so glad to be who I am on the internet. And, like, people will send a hate raid, and, like, I don't think I would care whatsoever. I'd be like, oh, okay. Thanks for the free view count. Clicks the ad. Clicks the play ad button. Thank you, guys. Oh, you're hate watching? Thanks for the extra, like, 7 cents. Some people are not okay. A lot of people are not okay. She played an ad based on the internet. Unfortunately, a lot of people on the internet expect too much from other people, especially like celebrities and like their Oshis. Bloody hell, bruv. There's no way. It's so possible I will get with Hoshimachi Suisei. Yeah, I feel like Suisei wouldn't care too much, but I'm not sure. Still, regardless, cringe. Ew. Don't do that. They're gonna do it anyway, but whatever. It's kind of inevitable. Twitch is kind of nice because they can stop hate raids for the most part now. I also have a button on my Stream Deck. I click it for hate raids, but we don't get those here because I don't interact with VR chatters often enough for controversial problems. Yeah, I really feel like this avatar would be really, really good with raccoon ears or raccoon tail, and then just like remove these. I think it would be really, really cool. Time to bed. Good night, Dixitown. Enjoy your day. If you're free, brush your teeth, and remember. Wolf ears and tail? No. I'm not a wolf. Chat, do this. You could be. Yeah, you're right. The meta now is raccoons, so this is the good time for me to just become a pot. Pot! I could be a wolf character. I just realized if I join, I'd be like old roaming. God, I love that one. Just realized if I join, I'll be like old roaming. Oh God, true. Yo, oh my knee! I'm getting old. I stand for 4 hours straight, and my knees are like, no. Why are you doing this? This is because I don't work out and move. I'm gonna take a walk after. I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna go take a walk straight up. You can't stop me. I'm gonna touch grass. Chat. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Aiko, no! Don't touch grass. I'm doing it. Udon Gym World? No. Grass is bad. It makes me sneeze. Me too. Right now. I'm not sneezing, but it has infected my nose. Is it cut grass that makes you sneeze? Because cut grass, they just mowed the lawn next door, and it's boistering my throat. Tree pollen kills me. We used to have trees outside. That's so sad to say. God, dude. Oh my God, used to. Jesus. They smelled really good, but God, they would kill me. All of those trees are gone. I don't know why. Make your family stop trying to murder me. Yo, real though. Little Sag was vibing on my shoulder. Hate that. I'd burn their house down as a warning. Trimmed out my nose hairs, killed my hay fever outright. Maybe I should do that. No, I don't got nose hairs. I need to shave everything, man. My goddamn face, my goddamn chest, my ass. No, I'm too lazy. I'm just gonna become Chewbacca. You guys cool with that if I'm a Chewbacca IRL or no? What do you mean, uh-huh? You don't believe me? You don't think I'm hairy in real life, huh? My facial hair is patchy. But, like, everywhere else is not. All the hair that I wanted on my face is, like, everywhere else. I had hay fever till I was around 31 years old. It was hell every summer. Damn, you guys... Man, I gotta say... I'm not gonna lie, when I started streaming VRChat, like, more and more often, like, in the... somewhere around, like, 2020, I thought most of my community was, like, somewhere in the young, like... This is not an insult to you guys. I just thought like they would be way younger than me. Everyone's like relatively in the same age group or older in some aspect. I'm a little surprised. You're 40 now? Damn, you guys. I'm honestly shocked every time I learn someone's age. Like I'm 26, turning 27 soon. Someone older. I don't believe that. I'm sorry, Proxy. I won't believe. No. There's no way. No. Proxy's like 25. There's no way. Join the Fuzzy Gang. Picture of my driver's license. Don't do that. They just get exposed. No. It's not like I want to do anything with it anyway. What do you mean you don't care? I can't tell if he just trusts me a lot or if he really just doesn't care that much. I know where you are. Do you? Proxy's just like outside my window. I'm also shocked at my age. Like when I think of something and I'm like, oh, that was almost 2 decades ago. My garbage can. Oh, well, hi, Proxy. How'd you get up there? I look like I'm in my 20s. Well, that's a good thing, no? Bro, guys, the PlayStation 3 released in 2013. 10 years ago. Okay? What's that raccoon is not mad at someone in his garbage? Well, it's Proxy. I trust Proxy. Proxy's a wolf, right? So, like, he'll either, like, gnaw me to death or just, keep me alive. If Proxy was at my house, whoa! But as loyal as I can be. Yeah, I'm a raccoon, so I have commitment issues and steal stuff. Stuff. I'll leave you leftovers just to steal whenever. Yes. You the real one. You the real one. I gotta compete with Oathmeal, cause they steal all the silverware. I only steal food, though. Really. I just watched Sega Master System be released in the UK on TV. That's how old I am. Sorry, you said I watched, not I just watched. What's in my throat? Feeding you. Honestly, you're a real one for that one. You're a real one. Yo, is that text up? Wait, can you guys hide that? The captions that show up on stream? I just realized those are still there. The person who was deaf and asked me to turn them on, I don't even know if they're still here. Older than Windows OS. Jellyfish. Yeah, I don't have dance moves. Sorry, I'm white. I can toggle it? Okay, cool. Someone asked earlier, because they were deaf, if I can enable, like, the thing, and I was like, you can't hear me, but I will try, because I used to have a thing, but that was disabled and gone now, unless you paid for it. I think you have to subscribe, so I was like, I'm not going to do that. But now I have this one. It's like a plugin embedded with OBS. As long as it works, that's poggers. Older than Windows OS. I'm just glad that, like, the audience is more in a... This is a relative term. But on the mature side... as mature gets, when Leaf and I go and play a goddamn Would You Rather, and we see Pee Pee Poo Poo Street, and we laugh for 5 minutes straight, okay? Mature side being, you know, age. We are wisdomful. 5 people laughed in that world at Pee Pee Poo Poo Street, so I don't want to hear it. That was hilarious. I never get invited. Wait, you were streaming that day. You were What do you mean? I'm scared to invite you to VR stuff. I don't want you to get sick. I'll cry. It'll be my fault. I will blame. I'm still blaming myself. You went to What's in the Box and you got sick and now I feel bad. It's my fault. The boomer and zoomer? True. But I don't get zoomer humor very much now. Yo! Hit him with the Riz. Vertigo meds? Oh. Oh, jeez. Riz. This avatar looks so goddamn good. Dude. Hey guys, I'm blurry. Sorry. Pee pee poo poo. Laughing out loud. Funny, if well timed. Called it. Called what? Kikyo always good. Wait, is this Kikyo? Wait, this is the same base as the raccoon girl? It's because the eyes aren't fully open. But she has the swirlies. You're freaking right. Reaper, God bless your soul for buying this avatar for me. I will go and get Shin to make something of the sort. This one's so good. All my avatars are just Kikyo and I didn't even realize. This one, with the Kurumi hair, I would still remove these. Flumbobs. You can't milk those. Daily Dose thumbnail and title. Stop! What did you call? You can't say called it in caps and not explain what it is you called. Stomps on ground. God, vertigo meds. Oh man, I would go crazy. Dude, I feel bad for myself when I have to take like any meds. I'm like, am I dying? Am I this old? It's med time. Now, Grandpa, let's get you to bed and your meds. Get your meds going. Oh, okay, thank you so much. Back in my day. Welcome to life, pal. Yo, Ordinary Rock, listen, don't tell me you be taking meds too, because if you be taking meds, then I'm done. Ordinary Rock be like, yeah, my meds be like a bottle of tequila on the weekend. That's some good medication. It's not prescribed. Enough said. Fair enough. Don't worry, my meds are not prescribed either. Because I don't take meds. Not tequila. If it heals, it heals. I had red wine yesterday. I'm such a fancy boy. Guys, I'm so fancy. Don't get old, kids. Oh, man. God, this song's so good. Should I watch all of Fire Force? Is it worth it, chat? Tell me the TBH. Apparently it's in the same universe as Soul Eater. The only meds I have is Salbutamol Ventolin. Huh? Nani kore... Same universe, I don't know, but same creator. At least it's not Soul Eater not. Which I bought. Because funny old high school me thought, oh, I own the entire manga series for Soul Eater. I might as well get Soul Eater not as well. And guess what they did now? They have the Soul Eater series hardcover. So I have 3 of those. Why? I have to buy it now. Oh, asthma inhaler. Oh, God save the queen. Jesus Christ. Same creator, yeah. Soul Eater not is not Soul Eater. I mean, yeah. Gotta finish the set. Stop! I want to buy play cards. I want to buy the Wise Schwartz cards so bad, dude. Or Magic the Gathering. Oh, $576. Jesus Christ. I can't even talk. 1 wisdom tooth removal without anesthetics. Because, like, no, you don't have to put me to sleep. Just rip it out. Sorry, it's right here. $1,200. $1,500. What? Insurance made it $6? Well, that's pogged. Jesus Christ. $570 off. sneaks up on me whenever it damn wants. That's rough. Jesus. Color pages manga, basically comics. That'd be fun. But I kind of like that manga's black and white. Like it has a manga aesthetic to it. The first few pages for the Soul Eater manga, the hardcovers are actually colored. You still have your wisdom teeth? I lost one last year. ENT and see if it's actually something from VR causing it. Apparently they have tests for it and therapy. I had vertigo for a good 3 weeks once, and I was really concerned. And I think it was just neck related or something, because my neck was just either that or I don't know, it just kind of went away on its own. It actually went away after I got sick, which is so funny. One Piece fan, whoa! I didn't want to trust her. Yeah, that's true. Hey, Liz. I don't know why that doesn't work. I'm going to disable Hey Listen until I can fix it. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. I wouldn't trust a One Piece fan either, dude. Jesus. What are you guys' is favorite anime? Number one. What is your number one anime of all time? There's my update on the sickness. Well, I hope that things go okay and that you aren't suffering any longer. Try VR tomorrow and see, and we will see what happens. You're actually gonna try? Oh God. What if it's because we can't listen that it says, hey, listen, so we actually have to listen, but we cannot listen? When you listen, but you can't listen because listening is not listening? Why was it not trusting Yuland? I trust Yuland. And then he, like, makes a joke after I trusted him, and I'm like, why do I trust Yuland? Trusting Yuland is, like, just a bad idea. But I still do it. It's hard to tell. That's how you lose fingers. What was I wrong? Look, it's not about games, Yuland, alright? It's about the premise of reality, alright? You just don't get it. Drinking games. Asthma, no breathe, suffocate, suffer. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm happy I don't get anything anxiety related when I go to bed anymore, ever. That makes me happy. Going to bed and not having anxiety is the only thing I can ask for. Now I just need to sleep normally and then I'm chilling. And not 5 in the morning. Asthma stuff is rough. I mean, I don't know anything about it. If I have like a moment where I feel like I can't breathe, I just like why? I would freak out more than like think fast and smart probably. But obviously I don't have asthma, so I can't imagine. My childhood best friend had asthma, but he still played soccer. I think soccer actually helped him with his asthma problem. I don't know why or how, but it did. I remember we had drama when we were like in the 2nd grade, which that's not really drama, but it was something like some girl went up to me and she's like, "Hey, he doesn't want to be friends with you anymore." I looked at him like, "What?" And I walked literally in a circle. with her like following me. And he's like, "Stop! Don't!" And I don't think I understood back then, but it clicked more now. Is like, I think he freaked out and like had an asthma like problem going on. I was like, maybe I need to stop and relax. ISIS caused me to lose sleep on multiple occasions. No anxiety or any other thing that I know about. No breath. I did all of my ROTC training with asthma and didn't know I had it until I was trying to enlist. Damn. I didn't even know you tried to enlist. I always feel like really bad for people who like go into anything military related. I had a really, really good friend, and dude was super athletic, really good at soccer and stuff. He worked out. He was like buff. He was pretty tall too and everything. Oh, okay, he wasn't pretty. He was like my height, maybe a little shorter, but like he was still tall in the general like scheme of things. And like he went to the Marines, and man, that was sad because we would hang out every day, dude. I think he's part of the reason why the same friend group like doesn't hang out as often anymore is because like he poofed, right? Because he went to the military, you know, Marines. But he lasted for 5 months when apparently the training was so severe for him that a fracture he had in his like ankle or like somewhere his upper area, I don't know, something there, like his shins or something. It apparently like started something happening with it again, and I was like, uh-oh. He texted me when he was like, hey, so apparently I can't be in the Marines because of this fracture. I'm like, what? So he came back. We didn't hang out as often anymore because of unfortunate things that happened to him after, but he's alive, probably. Just, you know, when you lose the one thing you wanted to do, things don't go well in life, so. It's like you go into limp mode in your lung capacity and diaphragm. Jesus. No, thank you. I don't want none of that. I don't want any problems that coincide with any of that. I would end up having anxiety on top of that, and then I would just die. I'd have even more breathing problems. No, thank you. Asthma, man, that's crazy. That's wild stuff. That's like, I'm glad I don't have that at least. Just doesn't sound ideal. Sounds very unfun to deal with. Yeah, I would assume it is. Yeah. Good one, Aiko. Really funny. Count your breathing? I can't do that. Nope. Actually, the only way to like conquer panic attacks or anxiety attacks for me is I have to stand up. I have to stand up like this. Like this. And I need to look at something like LED lights. It sounds really stupid, but I don't know. When I had one some time ago, I stood up, I turned around and stared directly at my red LED light. And it has to be like red or blue, but it has to be like a warm blue. It calms me. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know why because there's no like, there's no sense behind it, but it works. But I haven't had one in a hot minute at this point. I kind of just exist and sleep poorly. That's about it. The song already played, but I'm just going to let it play. Not fun when you're 7. I have like no self-control as it is right now, so can't imagine when I was 7. Force yourself to breathe slow. Good lord. Never worked for you? It's like when people tell you that you can go to sleep by counting the sheep, or like thinking of something like that. Doesn't work for me. You know what helps me sleep? Actually letting my mind like go somewhere. We found Margit, Juvie. Attack! What are you doing? That was to Margit, not me. What? Juvie! I like when you get tips for, or like advice for things like going to sleep. It's like, oh, if you sleep on your back and breathe slowly, but like controlled, you'll be able to fall asleep faster. I'm like, no, because then I have to think about breathing. It's not going to work. And it doesn't, because I have to think about breathing and it keeps my mind open, awake. The only way it works is if I let it like wander off and like daydream, because daydreaming is enough for me to like snooze mode. So I daydream something really dumb. Works every time though. Granted, it still will take a while, but if I don't do something in correlation to daydreaming, I will simply not fall asleep. That's it. There's no other way. I have no methods to sleep like a normal human being. If I'm tired, I'll sleep, and if I'm not, then I won't sleep. That's it. I can understand that and found it weird. There's a lot of people who tell me that stuff that I do is weird. Like, oh, you can't fall asleep instantly? How does that make any sense? I don't know. It's just how it is. Yeah, I can't do empty mind. I can't. I used to take, something. God, I don't remember its name. These little pills, not like sleeping pills. Fluff mode. Just go cotton-headed. Something I was taught. The most ideal and the best way for me to sleep, the fastest, most efficient way. Hoodie, cold room, some sort of sound. It could be my AC. It could be the window open and like the air or the wind or something. Or music. I could do music, but it has to be like a specific type of music. I can't just fall asleep to like screamo. It won't happen. That is like the best way for me to fall asleep. Easy. Cold room and hoodie is like essential, which doesn't work in the summertime, unfortunately. So yeah, it's a struggle fest. But today's pretty chilly. I just put a hoodie on. I'll fall asleep easy. Oh, you have tinnitus. Great. Yeah, you got all the good stuff. Tinnitus and asthma. Wow, you are fan sounds. I do like the sounds of fans. But I would rather have the sounds of like rain or wind from the outside. Which is easy during the wintertime because, yeah. It's great! Yeah! Yeah, I'm sure it is great. Yeah. Yeah, no. No, none of that for me. No, thank you, sir. Hoodie, cold room, sleep. The sounds could be just music, but it would be lo-fi hip-hop. That's like the most fitting and like the best. Or I have a playlist which is called Calm Japanese Music to Sleep To that I just made one day, and it has fantastic tunes to sleep to. There's an artist named Rayona. She has like 12 songs that are perfect to just calm and like put me to sleep. Pain management doctors told me to count the electrical sockets in my house in my head when I try to sleep. Yeah, but exactly, yeah, it makes your mind just like go more. That doesn't work. I think it's just like people work differently, They operate differently. If I have to think about numbers, my brain is working. If I have to think about counting, my brain is working. It's just like I can't do that. I can't do this controlled breathing thing because it'll make my mind wander, and not in a good way. It's like, oh yeah, I have to breathe. That's obviously not how you do it, but you know what I mean. It don't work like that. Want to sleep? Listen to the soothing sounds of yeah. No thanks. No thank you. Controlled breathing makes me feel like I am breathing on yeah, exactly. It makes you have to think about breathing. You are now breathing manually. You're like me, fall asleep to listening to streamers talk about nonsense. You know, that would be ideal, but when I hear people talk and they say something dumb, I'm like, what? And then I'm awake again. I used to fall asleep to podcasts though. But it has to be a good podcast. Actually, I fell asleep listening to a dude talk about coffee. He was British. Hold on. Hear me out. He was British, but he had like this. He had the coffee drinker voice, like the tired guy, like the. Hello, like here we're gonna drink a cup of this coffee today. It's like it looks like this. It's pretty good, and we're gonna use this coffee mug. It's so good. It's riveting. It makes me want to fall asleep. Stare. I'm not a dumb streamer talking about stupid nonsense. You don't fall asleep to me, do you? That's okay. I'm flattered if you do, because I think I'm too loud all the time. So if you guys can fall asleep to little old me, then that's a compliment. Thanks. Just the sound of the high-pitched box that drives teens away from the areas. James Hoffman. Yeah, that guy. Hello, I'm James Hoffman, and today we're gonna take a cup of caramel macchiato and use this thing, yeah. Smash that like button and fall asleep. Yeah. Kumi, hello. Ohayou gozaimasu. Did you enjoy your VRChat horror maps? Oh, okay, I'm asleep. Wake up! Right now! No eepers in this community. Okay, I'm up. Nice. Frequency was 17,298 hertz. What? That is a number? That is a number. Constant? Hell no. What's the next demand? Do this. That sounds like it hurts your ears. Ha! Ha! Go on! True! The sound of you is on YouTube if you want to hear it. No, I don't. No, I don't. Doing it, but I'm typing with one hand. Duyor. Dur. Yo, it's Spookality week, guys, so we're gonna have a bunch of cool maps to do on VRChat for the next few days. Tomorrow is Variety Day, but I might just do... Sorry, batteries. Sorry about that. I might just do VRChat tomorrow. More money. Recommendations. Ooh. I like recommendations. I like spooky maps. Probably on Wednesday, maybe, I don't know, or tomorrow. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. If I do Variety tomorrow, all I have is Honkai Star Rail to my name. I could do Final Fantasy 14 critically acclaimed, but what am I gonna do on Final Fantasy critically acclaimed? God help me. Wow, hi chat. You're so sugoi desu today. Oh my god. Wow, hi guys. You're so sugoi desu. Smite me, almighty smiter! Where are you? I do not get scared easily. I'm very bad at it, alas. Spooky games variety. Wow. I could do that. No, I'm very bad at horror stuff because I don't react properly. I don't get scared. That's the problem. I'm really bad at horror stuff. What do I do? That's okay. I'm good at being scared of deep water, like Phasmophobia. That would be the pinnacle. Get to experience the game for what it has to offer. Really? True. That is true. That is true. That is true. I just be playing the game and admiring, the horror aspect of it. But it doesn't really like scare me. But it's like, deep water, like Phasmophobia. Did I say Phasmophobia? I definitely meant Subnautica. Look, it's on Monday. This is me choking you. This is me sorry. I'm the horror aspect. Whoa! Harder. Whoa! Subnautica. I'm bad at deep waters. Phasmophobia is okay. I do want to play some Phasmo. I want to play some Phasmo for sure. Before Halloween. So maybe that'll be our variety tomorrow. Or Thursday. I don't know. I'll see. Phasmo will be fun. You can't play Phasmo? Dude. You played Phasmo for the second time yesterday and it was so much fun. Were you in VR out of curiosity? Was it okay? So last time I played Phasmo in VR, it sent me, it's crazy. So what happened was, I was in the ceiling. It set my height to 8'12". No, not 9 foot, 8'12". You're like, oh, that makes sense. Wasn't in VR, but some of my good friends were, and they said they had a good time. That's good. It was really scuffed a few times when I played recently, and it literally sent me into the ceiling. That was fixed, at least. So, playable video game. Yes, bruv. Can't play Phasmo. Her GPU is exploding at the speed of sound. She needs a new GPU. 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 Yo, wasabi. Foster, did you see? Did you see? Did you see? Did you see? Oshimachi Susei might be in trouble. You have to save her. Save her! My friends were in it last night. It seemed like a good time. I kept using curse items and killing us on accident, I swear. You used the doll. And you used the tarot cards, didn't you? And the music box. Little chef sausage. The doll? You didn't use the doll? Hand, board, and card. Whoa! What's the doll? Oh, it's nothing. There's more? No. There's not more. I meant the hand. Oh, it's a hand. It's doll shaped. Oh, it's a hand. There's not more. There's not more. You wouldn't. There's not more. No. That'd be so silly if there was more. Gapoo. There's not more. I swear it. On my life. Ugh, this isn't a raccoon avatar. This is my Halloween outfit. I'm a cat today. I'm at Cat Goral. Goral. Can you guys schwa your tail? Like a rafflecopter. Oh, I'm old! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to... Oh. God. Yeah, this is my homeworld in virtual reality chat. For the rest of the autumn time, at least. It's pretty cozy. It's like... It's got everything I need. Here's some of the sounds in the world. It's just like, I can sit here for 5, 6, 7 hours and just look at this camera and be like, guys, welcome to my stream today. Remember to subscribe with your Twitch Primes to your favorite streamers And yeah, I don't know. I'm bad at advertising stuff. Everyone go gift 50 subs to Kumikoi, Leafeons, anyone, Blissey, Euland, Proxy Zero. I don't know who else streams. Go, go, get bankrupt. If I was a gacha game, I would be awful. Please don't play me. Live, laugh, leave your job. Don't call out of work. Die at work. If you are having a bad day, stop. No, wait, how did it go? I forgot now. If you are having a bad day, give up. Go home. Try again tomorrow. Remember to eat, brush your feet, and all that jazz. Huh? Well, the eating feet. Oh, sorry. Oh, you put brush. You almost had me at eat feet, but then you put brush your feet. Why are you gonna brush your feet? You don't gotta do that. Don't brush your feet. Just leave them. Little Chef didn't go into receivership. People could experience the Little Chef experience. A Michelin bought. Do Little Chef try to save it? I head out to make some coffee. Coffee? What hour of the day? What in the? What? Have a good coffee. I'm jealous. I want coffee right now, but it is already 5:30 p.m., so I can't do that. Goodbye. It was an honor to see you today. Have a lovely rest of your day, and remember, have fun with it. I did a Jim Carrey sway with my hips. Did I? Boy! Goodbye! Zoning in on the words eat and feet. Whoa, I'm not into feet. I'm just saying. Eat your feet and brush your beef. I miss Little Chef. It was something. You know what I miss? The Dingle Hoppers. Life's not the same without them. Did you mean eat defeat? No. No. I said eat the feet. I'm on one today. I am on one. Why? This coffee stuff is busting me. Yo, these hazelnut coffees be like... Rapido. Sorry, this is Riona. This is who I mean. She has banger songs. I mean, they all do. Drove past them. Oh, sorry, that's my knee. I'm old, so I can do that. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just existing. I'm parking. You heard that pop? Yeah. Yeah. The darkness has consumed my face. That's why we face this way. Where this lighting exists. Alright, well. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for today. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. It was really fun to hang out, have a good day, we had a discussion about all the fun stuff in life, the bad stuff, the fun stuff, and that is why we have to say goodbye today. But tomorrow is another day, so please be sure to come to the stream. And if you haven't already, please click that follow button, join my socials, follow my Discord, in that order. And I will be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST, but until then, remember to eat your free fresh TV, all that jazz. The next movie night is on Saturday. If you are interested to watch Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, that will be on Saturday. So please, come by. I would greatly appreciate it. And if you do not, that is okay. I will not be upset. Probably. Anyways, good night to all of you Europeans. Good morning to all of you otherworldians on the other side of the realm. And have a good rest of your days, evenings, Americans, and everybody else in your time zones. Have a good day. Remember to, if you're free, brush your teeth. And if you want to eat your beef, don't do that, because beef is no good. No good. Okay? Okay or no? You like beef? No. No beef. No. I smell like beef. Alright, well, let me find someone to raid. Alright? Let me find someone to raid. Ow! You did this! Your freaking beef. Oh. Mojo Jojo. Yo, any raidable opponents today? Shin is playing Near Replicant. It's not even competition at this point. Literally, Near Replicant. Ah. Well, guys, thanks for hanging out. Go, tell Shin Happy Hamburger Day. Happy Hamburger Day. Oh, I know what you should do. Be like, I just woke up in a steamy mood, yeah? Because I woke up in Birmingham. Ico in caps. I'm ending stream. I bought a skill. How do I use it? You're gonna have to direct message me. We're about to be sent to Shin Kozen. Shin Kozen. Goodbye. 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 What do you mean bye?